And as it turns out, not getting enough sleep and then waking up to something does not turn out well. But let's get back into it because there's not much we can do. Oh, there's something I wanted to show off here, and yeah, it's the language option. So English, Korean, traditional Chinese, simplified Chinese, Japanese, and then those are the languages. I've set myself to 500 speed because I've just gotten used to it. But I mean, for the most part, I know there's some problems with text here and there that people were talking about. I looked into a lot of things that people were talking about. Also, you know what I didn't do? I feel like I found... No, I think this is fine. Yeah, we should be fine. So away we go. Back into the run we go. And yeah, this is not normally when I stream, but yeah, I had to wake up and take care of something. Flew out around where I was at, and not literally or figuratively on an airplane or anything. Came back and I figured, okay, I need an hour to catch my breath because, yeah, even right now my legs are sore, so... yeah, it was taking care of things. Again, don't want to be too specific just for the sake of privacy, but... yeah, so here are my stats. I'm just going to be sitting here doing entries. That's really all I'm doing right now. I have, so much gold, but really... Wait, are we in the... No, we already did the Harvest Festival. What are we talking about? So all we're really waiting for, aside from taking a martial arts class, is we are headed to the... So actually, we're headed to the Southern Lakes. How many items do I have anyway? Oh my goodness, can I speak correctly, by the way? 12, 24, 36, 37 items. And I could use more black skill, so you know what? We're gonna do that. Otherwise, this is going to be the most of the stream anyway. I think I have... Did I already defeat one of the bandits? I don't even remember. I don't know why I don't remember this. I feel like I would have. It would be strange not to, because, well... I'm like, when you're this powerful in combat, whether through physical attacks or magical attacks, there's no reason not to fight the bandits. Unless you're... Yeah, well, actually there is. There are reasons. One of them I can think of, I guess you don't want to increase any of your combat or magical reputations, but still. I think you would. Also, I was streaming on a new setup here, just to see how it goes. It seems like it's being a bit smoother. But from what I've looked into, now that, the game's been out for a full 24 hours, which is nowhere near enough to make a... Well, actually it is, if you've been playing the game long enough since it came out. There are some technical mishaps here and there. I think in my stream specific, oh my goodness, still catching my breath. I just finished sweating off everything, by the way. But due to what I had to take care of before the stream. But yeah, in the last stream we ran into a little text box issue, so wasn't nothing that would really change the gameplay in my opinion. But yeah, it is, when bugs happen, there are bugs, so... And then a few other things that I think I've mentioned it in the last stream as well. Not being able to resize the screen for whatever reason when it's on windowed mode. So the window ends up, well, for me, it usually ends up bigger than usual. If I mess with my screen resolutions, I can kind of change that, but for the most part, through in-game, or through the means that the game gives you, there's not really any way to change it. So when you're full screen and then going out of focus, or the game not playing while out of focus is also can be a little... These are all mainly pet peeves and whatnot, but again, the more... I guess they would be closer to quality of life things that some players expected that was not here. I don't really think a lot of people are really... I think a lot of people are really praising the translation, and for good reason. I mean, the translation was worked on by fans / players / the community, so it should be near accurate. If anything else, less than a 1%, weird things here and there. I think there was someone in chat last stream who talked about it, who helped work on the translation to some extent, at least. And yeah, there were some problems, but that's mainly things that are out of... usually, the things that would be tricky to translate in general. I talked about it by myself. I didn't want to go too much into specifics, but there are issues, and I've mentioned it in other games too, with translations and whatnot. But the challenges of translating a game from whatever its native language may be, and making sure that the text displays correctly, but that's not really a translation issue. That's more I don't want to say a programming issue either. I guess localization is kind of the catch-all term, but you can translate something correctly and then it appears incorrect in-game, if that makes any sense. Usually that's something like, not a typo, but the structure of words, like maybe a space is missing between two words, maybe the wrong word appears, things that would be mistakes that would be made because oops, words are not switched correctly. It depends on how the game was made and how the translations are done, so it's kind of a two-part process. One, there is some expectation from the developer, or expectation for the developer, sorry, to be able to think about whether or not their game is going to need a translation. Like, if you're a small game that suddenly explodes, obviously you can't have expected for translations to become an option later on for your game. But again, most game engines on this point, at this point as well, don't really, they lend themselves to being able to translate themselves easy, because usually the files that come with your game in the process, there's a reason why you have a localization team, and the localization team is therefore basically usually allowed to have access to the game's files during development, so it's easier to translate. Now, if it's a fan translation, that's something completely different, but that's where the other, well, I forgot what I was going to say for the second point, because I mainly have experience with the developer side of things, or observations on the developer side of things. Obviously, as someone who is a wannabe developer, but at the same time, I don't know the exact specifics, because it's not like I've done it much myself. But it's something that I have thought of because, well, I don't know the exact phrasing. It's part of the risk management you take. That's kind of a term that I'm not using correctly. That's part of a programming terms, but you get what I mean. Oh, the other part, well, it's not really a part, but it does relate, is it depends on the game engine, how a file will translate, but conceptually, for those who don't know as much about programming, there's usually a middleman portion of development to release of a game. So, in the case of RPG Maker, for example, for those who don't know, when you're making an RPG Maker game, you eventually hit like a deploy button, essentially. So for programs, up on the top left corner, you have a file system. In RPG Maker's case, there's an option to deploy your game, and so what happens is that it puts all your files, and if you do it right, if you do it as the engine allows you to, it basically encrypts your game. And sometimes it's hard to be able to modify files after it, because obviously it's for security, but also to put your game together. Graphical assets, data files, what else is used in the game. In the RPG Maker's case, sometimes plugins. But essentially everything's encrypted. Now, depending on the RPG Maker you're using, again, I can speak about RPG Maker as a game engine because I'm most familiar with it. How the files are encrypted are different, and so that's what I mean by the middleman. In this case, the middleman is the software, but sometimes it's files that are... Again, I want to use, because I was about to use the example of assembly code, but that doesn't make... I mean, again, there's a process in between in which things are encrypted, just like how there are zip files on your computer, just like how there are files that you cannot just open in text files. That's done for security, encryption, maybe data reasons to make the size of your program smaller. There's a few, there could be more than a few reasons for it, but essentially there's a process in between where your files are encrypted. I keep saying that because that's just what I think of off the top of my head. Again, all we're doing is grinding scales here because my defense needs to be a bit higher before I fight the War God. 12-year-old daughter, but this is still pretty early. Although, yeah, if my RNG were any better, could have definitely defeated the War God starting at the age of 11. And if you're really lucky, before the age of 11, but things happen. But yeah, so as it goes for translating games, again, from my observations and little experience, it's a matter of, how easy is it to get the script of a game, character dialogue, narration, so on and so forth, even UI. UI is also obviously important. And then how easy is it to make the translation? Because it's not just a matter of translating everything that you see in a file, assuming you have access to the game and can translate it. You do have to think about whether or not text fits it's well designed in the UI after you do your translation. For the most part, well, actually, sometimes it's not an issue. Sometimes it is, obviously, because a sentence that's 3 to 4 lines long in English is only 2 to 1 line long in Japanese, Chinese, Korean, just because the characters of those languages are a lot smaller than, the characters of English, Latin, so on and so forth. But yeah, it's just a little I can speak about in terms of game development. I haven't really thought of. I mean, I've thought of incorporating different languages as part of a game's mechanics, but not really in terms of the actual translation of a game, because that, when you think about it, you are essentially writing everything for the game twice. Now, thankfully, you don't have to go through the process of coming up with things, because obviously that's what happens during the process. Well, how the plot works, and then you write the dialogue, thinking about the dialogue, and then writing the dialogue between characters, or narration, or how things look in UI. But again, you kind of go through not a similar process, but still a smaller process of, okay, for example, in battle, there's battle dialogue of, your daughter casting spells, the enemy attacking you. What are these phrases gonna look like? You can translate them, and sometimes they're cut to snippets because you don't know if the game is treating it as name of X enemy, attacks, and then maybe there's a function call to another target, or maybe it really is just like, it scans things in. It depends on how the game interprets the code. And you want, as part of translation, you want to be aware of how the game may call functions to call in text, which is why you get weird things like, which is why you might get some weird grammar in English sometimes in other games. I haven't really seen anything wrong with Princess. Again, that's why when you look through reviews or people's comments on Princess Maker 2, you don't really see you see people praising the translation, because this is what people often keep in mind. You don't need a background in programming or even translation to do it. But it's kind of common sense, but it is easy to forget about. Especially if you are not as familiar with either the language and or how a translation may look after when you are making a translation or localizing a game. And again, these are all my observations. I'm not saying these things as fact. Some of my things are not my experiences, or my observations are going to be it may be different for other people, but yeah. By the way, my cooking is through the roof. Also, at the end of the other stream, taking a break, and then I got back into doing another run. Because there are still, again, achievements. There are not as many achievements. That was not a point of criticism. What do I want to say? I guess it's more a personal preference whether you would like to have had achievement, not just in Steam, but elsewhere as well. Prevalent, because I don't think really. I forgot if Switch has achievements for some reason. I don't know why, but definitely on PlayStation. If there are, I mean. You can have a master file, but in general, I don't really... Well, if we had as many achievements as we did in Refine, obviously it is kind of a lot to go through, because at a certain point, you are kind of repeating things. There's only so many ways you can play, but there are many ways to go through and raise your daughter in Princess Maker 2, so it's not entirely... Definitely more than, obviously, linear games. Princess Maker 2, obviously, as is proper as part of the raising genre. And again, I think I've mentioned it before, and if I didn't, one of the challenges to the raising genre is there is an innate expectation, usually, of replayability. Again, there are some games that you can make a raising simulator that is more linear. My 11th Born Child is such one of these, although you can still play. From what I've seen of that game, you can still kind of take different ways through, but for the most part, it is a story-based experience. But unless you're a story-based raising simulator, usually you want to think about the replayability of that game. And so you want to be thinking about different ways that the player can be engaged, be interested in the game, play the game, maybe challenge themselves again. It depends on the goals of what the game is trying to do, obviously. But in Princess Maker 2's case, it's not... I mean, there is part of a challenge in it. That's just part of the balance of making the game itself, but I assume also it's more about the... Not the I can't think of a better word, but the spectacle of Princess Maker 2 is part of its draw in replaying it over and over. Because there are a lot of things, if for nothing else, trying to do the endings, but when you have too many endings, I personally think you need to think about adding different paths on the journey, if that makes any sense. That way you're not just doing the same thing for, 3 runs just to get a different result at the end of those 3 runs, if that makes any sense. You want to keep the player immersed, interested, and or challenged in an interesting way. And again, interesting is a very vague catch-all term here, but that's because, I mean, it does depend on the goal of the game. Again, as I mentioned before, some games may be story-based, some games may want to appeal to, to you based on their art and or art style or style. Some games want to be challenging, and so if you want to be challenging, you want to add in ways to challenge different ways to challenge the player, and not just the same way that the character can solve over and over. If you want to appeal to them through your art style or art, maybe you just want one feeling experience, but again, in this case, we're talking about replayability. So for replayability's sake, you want to basically make more good art that, melds together and creates a style that wows players. In the case of a story-based experience, again, you want to make that one. So if it's replay-based, you want to make each run basically a different story that can draw the player in. I think from what I've heard, I can't remember what the name of the game is. I'm so sorry to the developers, but there is a game that is like that, where sure, you might not be taking different paths, gameplay, and or even looking at the style. I think in my mind, that game is stylish though. But you are doing multiple runs to do a thing, and I guess that's kind of spoiler, so I'm not gonna actually name the game. But again, you're replaying the game for a reason. In a story-based game with replayability, you want to see different sides of the story, I guess. And again, these are all things that I think would probably be for the best, but they are not obviously fact, because again, it depends on what your game is for, it depends on what audience you're trying to make the game for. It depends on your goals as to what, maybe you only have a goal for making the game that's not relied to its commercial success, so you're testing things out. That's a lot of what I was making games for in the past, because I know I was building up to not a magnum opus, that's not the phrase I would use, but a bigger game that I want to be successful. And so I test things out by making smaller things. In this case, you could call, one way of doing this is making prototypes. And in some cases, prototypes can become a bigger game, but oftentimes you are really just, making a very small test into what you're trying to do, whether or not it's, making a game and putting it out there and going through the process of, okay, this is how I update a game, this is how I communicate to an audience. Okay, so now that I've done this, I have some experience under my belt, I can do more. I would really recommend people do that, at least in terms of video game dev. Making a very small game and then building up to making a larger game over and over. That way you get into the process of good rinse and repeat, but also, you're not going to be stuck there when you're like, oh, I ran into a problem, I don't know how to deal with it. Sometimes you want to see what the audience response is like to certain aspects of a game, so that's why you make a prototype. Again, we're talking mainly about prototypes of games. For those who don't know, how prototyping works. Prototyping is making work basically as to kind of use a metaphor. I'm trying not to use it, but this is but just stream of consciousness talk. But it's making something very bare bones for a very single purpose. You're not trying to do multiple things. You just want to focus on one thing, whether that is, making, if you're making, say, a visual novel, if you want to prototype that, just make one character, go through the dialogue, see if players like your dialogue, see if players like the premise of a plot that you're making, see if players like how you are structuring said story. If you're making a platformer. Platformers are an easier one to explain in terms of examples of prototyping. So for example, for a platformer, maybe you make one level, very short level, and you test one thing, whether it's how fun you are moving left and right, whether it's how fun it is to hit a button and maybe something happens, like you jump or attack, and then you do that over and over again, maybe like 5 to 10 times, and there's your game. You just want to challenge something really quickly. Also, I do now have 91 defense. I guess we're gonna go for the Word God now. Did I really not fight a single bandit? I feel like I... Huh. Well... Nonetheless, I'm going to rush the mountains first. Otherwise... No, I'm gonna do the lakes and then we'll do the... We'll make this a Word God one. So this is the time. But I think I feel like I'm on the lakes bandit, the second bandit. And I just got really unlucky. Oh, goodness gracious. But yeah, I feel... Yeah, so the game is running a lot quicker now. I don't know if it's going to stay that way, but at the same time, I just want to let you know now that I am timing my stream so that I don't overlap with the Discord server for Princess Maker, the community, at least a community of Princess Maker fans, players, and somewhat. So that's why this stream is probably going to be only 5 hours tops. I would have liked to have gone longer, but again, I had the thing that I had an emergency, so I could not stream when I would usually stream. That being said, this is not a day I would usually stream, but obviously, Princess Maker 2 Regeneration just came out, and I'm gonna continue doing it. I might even make videos now that I don't have to worry about covering things up here and there and doing some editing. Because, yeah, compared to just a really quick reminder, Refine, or Princess Maker 2 before Regeneration, its highest ESRB/Zero rating was Mature Plus, so... And I would argue, just to be safe, we would probably just make it, like, highest rating, just because it goes over very sensitive topics, but... Regeneration is everyone 10+, and if anything happens to any of my videos or channel or streams about Princess Maker 2 Regeneration, then we have, one, point to the fact that the ESRB rated it as such on the Switch page at least, and two, for the most part, again, I mentioned it in Refine, I'll mention it here now that we're in Regeneration. Everything is within the context of the game. You should not really obviously emulate anything you see in game, in real life, but it does all fit in with, the context of the setting and the lore, anything that you see in game. And, we're looking at the original intent, because it's not like anything that the game has done. Again, I'm failing to really articulate this well, but I hope anyone listening knows where I'm getting at, unless they're just being malicious, of course, but that's a different story. But yeah, the game hasn't really been changed that much, so... I think there are very few changes here and there, and no bandit, by the way. Any other changes are to, it is essentially a good addition to the, making additions and updates to the game. Now... There are people talking about its price point. I'm not saying this as that the price point is a good or a bad thing, but I'm just making an observation that people are pointing out that its current price. If you don't know, it's currently, well, it's on sale on Steam anyway. I think it's 10% off, but its normal price is about $39.99 USD. So, yeah, it's that price point is some people are not saying that the price point is. At least one person is. Now, I don't think it's a majority, but there's more than a few people who've talked about how since the game is complete same, there's when you're comparing Refine and Regeneration, you're really getting it for, well, one, this, but the main gameplay change is this on the side here, but because you cannot see this in the middle. Obviously, you could, in real life, you could just put notes down, but it's a nice quality of life thing here, on top of anything that you have to deal with on the technical side. But other than that, it's the updated CGs and graphics, the addition of if an opening movie, main menu to start with, so that when you quit the game doesn't just exit out. But I think we would be in a worse reality if the people who worked on Regeneration tried to make it from the ground up. I would be very surprised to hear that, instead of, yeah, we took the base game and we essentially tried transferring it to the Unity engine, I believe, because Regeneration is Unity, whereas I don't remember actually what Refine is. But again, I would assume that the process is a transfer of, you know, the game itself, as opposed to building it from the ground up, but using the same graphics, UI, sprites, so on and so forth. If that were the case, then, I mean, if someone lets me know, then I would be surprised. I'm not often surprised by a lot, but that would surprise me, because whoever developed Regeneration would deserve a pat on the back. We would be in a much buggier state, is what I'm trying to say. But anywho, more black scales would be nice, by the way, but if you don't get any, it won't be so bad. Again, we were mainly here, if I can articulate well. Oh, my legs. To try and look for a bandit, which I don't remember which one I was. Again, I've gone through pretty much 3 saves, or 3 runs by now. None of these are completed, this one being the second run, but the third one is going to be a sin run, or karma run, whatever you want to call it. But anywho. And over to the... Oh, hey, we gotta fight someone first. I mean, we'll do this because it helps our morale overall. But yeah. Then, yeah, I've seen, you know... Oh, really only one. I skimmed through, you know, people playing Regeneration. For the most part, anyone playing it right now that I've seen is, you know, having a good time. There are points, again, I've mentioned before, some graphical bugs here and there, but nothing, like, the game isn't crashing, from my knowledge, and the game isn't glitching out and causing any issues with gameplay. But I have seen at least the one person have some trouble. They solved the issue, but again, don't let it be said that there are no bugs entirely. I've seen one myself, but I've seen people talk about a few. Again, mainly text here, some personal pet peeves from other people who are, you know, when they start a new game and want to see the opening movie and dialogue, they say, I think someone said that the text moves too fast or something like that. So, you want to take them at their word, but at the same time, you want to make sure if it's true or not. But at the same time, there is a point to seeing how people, you know, play the game for the first time, and if they can easily solve any issues that arise, even if those issues shouldn't exist in the first place, that is a contributing factor to not a good game, but a good opinion of the game, for lack of better phrasing, for the moment anyway. And again, I talked about how the variables are displayed here. One really nice little thing that goes underappreciated, but it's really good, I almost said slice of life. Quality of life is that these stats change and display differently depending on the save file you're hovering over when you're loading. But some people will miss the no wait setting that you have in Refine that is not available in Regeneration. But then that has some push and pull to it. Yeah, so if we get lucky here, we should be okay. With an average amount of luck, though, I think we can be okay. Yeah, a 10 defense difference does make a difference here, but one bad crit against me will end this fight, and one good crit against the War God will end this fight as well. But for the most part, yeah. No, we will go on. For those who don't know Japanese, very archaic speech, usually given to gods of any genre, if in Japanese, whether it's anime, live action. I'm listening, but essentially Venus is speaking the same way. Not dialect, but more, how do I want to say it? Oh my goodness, I'm failing my Japanese teachers right now. It's not exactly formal speech, but again, it's archaic speech, I guess, is what I called it. But anywho. Yeah, definitely the nasai suffixes, or what? How do I say it? There's another phrase for it. I'm not thinking of it at the top of my head. Well, as it turns out, we are goddaughter. Again, she's a goddaughter, sir. Anywho. Our sin is quite high, though, so we do need to take care of that, but we have 10,000 gold to take care of it, as our daughter uses ellipses. I feel like, again, if this is... based on how the dialogue's going, it feels like... well, maybe this dialogue does happen. Because maybe your daughter comes back and the word god is standing there and he's like, and then the stairs disappear. Anywho. And then yeah, we get the path is blocked from now on. Again, a very noticeable difference is that when day turns to night or night turns to day, you'll see the background image here change, but really minor things. But again, there are some technical mishaps along the way. Now, whether or not those can be solved, again, is a different story. We might as well check if there's a bandit here, by the way. I'm pretty sure we can defeat any bandit, all 3 bandits at this point. But we'll just faceplant into the door a few times. I think I'm on the lake bandit, though, the second bandit. But just to be sure, we're going, again, daughter is going to face bash the door for a moment before we move on. And away we go. Now, at this point, we do want to start... again, we're going to go for something. I don't really have a plan in mind. The main plan was to fight the war god at an early age for the daughter, but at this point, we'll do anything we can. I almost hit attack on accident, but yeah, at this point, we should be perfectly fine. Now, for better or worse, I will use magic most of the time, but yeah, as we go into the northern mountains, we're just gonna rush through. I didn't think, for whatever reason, we were gonna beat the war god easily. I mean, we could have lost that fight, so trying to make the month more consistent in-game month more consistent. And yeah, even as I'm sitting here, I kind of regret this because I don't have a drink next to me. I had a bit of a drink left, and I drank it. So, so just to repeat, I don't really smoke or drink. Not that I'm saying, oh, that makes me cool. I'm just saying that in general, when I use the word drink, some people think alcohol. Nope, no beer, no gin, no sake, no nothing. Just mainly, well, sometimes water, sometimes juice. I prefer juice. I'm not a juice connoisseur. I should have actually fought that wolf. But it's fine. As for snacks, yeah, I consider bulldog noodles a snack. I'm probably going to eat them right after the stream is done because I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. Well, wait, no, tomorrow's Friday, isn't it? For me, anyway. Here in the US. Well, I guess I'll think about it. For the most part, though, yeah, snacks, I think I've moved from, if you present chips in front of me, I'll eat them, but I moved into eating things that would be considered meals as snacks, but smaller portions. Even though they can literally replace lunch and or dinner. In the case of bulldog, I would not eat bulldog for breakfast. Breakfast. For those who don't know what bulldog is, if you have a search engine available, put in the term BULDAK. Again, that is BULDAK spelled out space noodles, and you will see what I mean. They should come in a black packaging, but there are different flavors of it, or different styles of it. So yeah. So as our daughter is about, age 12, about 6 months in. I don't actually remember, but I guess I can see here. Oh yeah, so we just hit the age of 12. So 2 years and 2 months in. War God down, but so much more to go. So let's work on those. That being said, probably would be the thing to do now would be cooking, right? Yeah, because there's no way. Oh, now art often doesn't rise above 100 unless they're going for that. So I think the art doesn't the art brush increase or anywho. We're here now. Let's do decorum. No, I wanted to do fencing and martial arts, but we might as well put in some other stuff. So I completely forgot, but as our daughter, we finally, are going to be watching the animations a lot more. Yeah, it would be nice, wouldn't it? Also, that's right, we don't have any morality at all, so we should probably get that. 167 sin, oh boy. I didn't even equip the War God sword. If I wanted to lower my magic reputation, I could refuse, but we'll consider refusing a lot more often later on. Again, we have another 5+ years of daughter's life in game left, so before the ending. Although yes, there was some efficiency issues, so we could have done a lot. Definitely could have done a lot better. Increased by 10. If the dojo breaker comes, I need them to come after I do a thing. Also, 91 defenses should be good, but I forgot what this is. Decorum and refinement. Well, we need decorum anyway. Elegance is going to have to come from the bar work job, but we can't work there yet. So, instead, we'll do anything else. And it seems like our ending changed for the moment. We might as well. We have the gold to spend. Yeah, I mean, we have 167 sin, so that's why. But we'll decrease that by some amount. We should have more than enough money to last us for the next festival, but if we need gold, we're just gonna sit in an errantry and do the thing. So in the meanwhile, we do need to do this, by the way. But we'll continue doing fencing mainly. Oh, I need to equip the War God sword, by the way. That would probably be a good idea. Oh, we have Mermaid's Tear as well, so never mind. We have a bunch of gold we're sitting on. In fact, to increase the daughter's sensitivity, we should be giving the Mermaid's Tear. But let me sell off the extras, because when you run into the mermaid event, she takes all of your Mermaid's Tear. So you might as well sell them all. Or sell all of them except one, is what I'm trying to say. Hi. Please. And that's right, I bought the Venus necklace at some point. But yeah, let's continue selling these mermaid tears, and yeah, look, our gold is pretty high. I can also sell these jet black scales as I do things, but it's not like I'm going to be topped off on so many items anyway. We will be getting like 6 to 7 items from contests, but we should have more than enough. So gotta remember to do this before I do this. And yeah, our fighter reputation shoots up through the roof with the equipping of the War God sword, but that's to be expected as we move on. Again, this is your occasional reminder that you're free to ask me any questions. Although I may not be able to answer everything, I'll at least consider it. And yeah, we want sin to be as low as possible, but by the end of the game we want it to be 0, just so we don't get yelled at by the god. Not that it hurts you too much if there's a little bit of sin, I don't think, but yeah. Oh, I was supposed to visit the ocean. Well, if we want to get rid of stress, we can just visit the riverside at any time. We have yet to do all the bandit stuff anyway, so Yeah, it would be nice to do that. I don't think we have enough attack yet. I can throw one out just to see what it's like, but if we don't do a lot of damage, yeah, we need to, we definitely need to throw magic. I mean, we're looking to get around 400s anyway, minimum, but I think, if I remember right, the achievement asks for 500 in each reputation, which is probably not going to happen here, as we're visited by the Valkyrie. And now there is a sad dog. You know what I also realized? I should be doing this at the side as well, but I will do this in the meanwhile while I continue on forward. So, let's actually do this. Yeah, we need to do this because, or we don't need to do it, but I would like to do it just to get rid of the mermaid tier and do the stat stuff. But otherwise, back to the church and a study into fencing for the combat reputation. I know, Q, but we're dealing with it now. Dun, 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 look at her! But let me just look at these achievements really quickly. Ningyo, that's mermaid in Japanese. Well, no need to be afraid, but obviously that, I mean, if we're looking at the character's dialogue, that translation is a lot more accurate in my opinion. Ningyo no namida, mermaid's tear. My daughter throwing no respect to that fishman. Period. I not much else to say there. Out of curiosity, I'm looking through these Steam achievements. I'm just curious. Daughter became a hero is the least achieved achievement. 10.5% as of me looking to the side. Dun, dun, dun. But as daughter works here, I need to do a thing really quickly because I need to do a thing. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. And again, I think if not every, then a lot of the BGM or / music has been. We have another version of the Princess Maker 2 music, which fair enough. I mean, it's pretty good. And yeah, as we get into, I think all throughout the summer, we're just gonna visit the ocean because we need the daughter to slim down to be able to wear a dress to eventually enter the dance contest later. Question mark? I don't know if that's a true statement, but either way, we need to do a thing. So, church, study, fencing into probably just errantry here. So yeah, I am doing a thing here. Why did I do this to myself? Well, hey, it's here I realized that I've made a mistake. So hold on, let me just do something really quickly. Oh, please, just 5 seconds, please. Really? Oh no, I can't do anything else. Well, hey. Yeah, not much I can do about what I'm dealing with right now. Well, hey. I think I can do this. I'm doing some stream stuff. As my daughter increases her attack. It's mainly for the attack, so we can at least defeat enemies properly, but I mean, any more black scales would be appreciated. We're here mainly for the bandit, though. Check every month. I don't want to double up because if we run to the bandit, we're just kind of throwing an expedition away. We can get gold, but if I can help it, I would like to not spam another errantry when not needed. But yes, I continue on here. I am keeping in mind how long this is going to take. I won't be doing as many errantries, so this run should be a bit faster, but if we need the gold, we are just going to sit around and grind for mermaid's tears and or more black scales. Depends on what I need, really. But kidnappers are far from what my daughter needs to be fighting. Unless they frequently drop over 100 gold, but that's not the case, so instead, we'll move on. But once we run into the second bandit, for those who don't know, you go into the northern mountains for the third bandit, and you basically face bash the door until the bandit appears. That's really the way you do it. 103 gold from the fetish. Again, I don't remember why it's called fetish, but you know, I wouldn't doubt it. If it was, because I don't even know as much about the katakana. Did I really not fight a single bandit? Now I need to check, because I'm not sure now. Well, we're gonna sit here. We do want to rest for the fairies at some point, but for the moment, yeah, doing a thing. So let me do this and this. You wonder why I play this weeaboo? Hey, this weeaboo game is well beloved. Although when I say that, let me check on SteamDB. 36 in game right now, but again, this is a game. A lot of its draw is the nostalgia of a game that essentially forefathered a lot of other games coming out that are also racing simulators. Not everyone, obviously. If you have your own vision or idea of what game to make, and it just happens to be a racing simulator, sure. But Princess Maker 2 definitely was one. I think it said that Princess Maker Refined first came out in the mid 2000s. Is that correct? But boy, if that's true, yeah, it's been about 20 years since we got it. And then Refined was about 10 years after the original. So, I mean, a lot of time passed, essentially. Now, whether or not the general public, this game appeals to the general public, again, I can say for myself, it's a good game. It's just, I'm thinking of the current criticisms or praise that the game is getting right now, and I'm trying to expand that on to, again, if we're looking at the Western audience mainly, but obviously a thing. The thing. What time is it? I'm afraid I don't understand what that question means. If you're talking about my time here in real life, it is around lunchtime for me. If you are chiding me for being late, all I can do is apologize. I had to deal with something. I had to deal with a small emergency, and then I had to take a break because my legs are still sore right now. So, me running around doing things. As for in-game time, yeah, daughter's 12. Just became 12. I think like 2-3 months past 12, but at this point we're now 6 months in. Time flies when you're not doing errantries, as it turns out. Did I rest, by the way? I didn't. I'm looking at my cooking skill, and it's still at 154, so I think let's get... Oh no, our stress is at 50. Our stress is on a non-zero number. Assuming that, yeah. Again, I don't like to assume the worst, but depends on what I see in chat. Yeah, also, I am aware that a lot of my audience... I don't know if it's a majority, but definitely a lot of my audience is in Europe. And in Europe, right now, yeah, it's past nighttime. We're deep into the night. Actually, let me check really quickly. In the search engine. Yeah, it is about... I put this into a search engine. 9:47 p.m. in some European times. Depending on the time zone, it could be plus 1 to 2 to 3 hours, but... Yeah, you get what I mean by this point. So yeah, not normally, but then since my stream is going to be so long anyway, well again, I don't want to overlap with the Discord stream. The Discord community for Princess Maker is going to be doing a stream, so I don't want to overlap with that, so I'll try to end my stream before that. Probably an hour before, so while I wanted to stream longer, one, I am, even I'm not tired yet, but I know I've been up for a while, so I don't want to push myself any farther than need be. That being said, tomorrow's stream is going to be a World of Horror stream, but whether or not I do another Princess Maker 2 stream after that is up to me to decide. Otherwise, if I replace it, I will be sure to do a World of Horror video, but probably just going to be a stream, just randomly, and I'll find out what happens. Yeah, so I didn't, no game dev work done in the last day or today because, I wanted to, Well, yeah, with the emergency day, that's not going to happen, because after the stream, I'm probably just going to take a nap, wake up, watch the Discord stream if possible, and do my best. We can beat you, right? Regularly, yeah. 222 HP, 103 fighter reputation, and therefore morale. We should be fine to just attack. Yeah, we're definitely fine. Yatta! Komusume. I mean, she is 12 years old, but... Yeah, and in general, as the Spirit of the Ring hatches and visits us a year later... I keep thinking Yasashi is easy, it's not, but... but yeah, for those who don't know, usually your method of main damage during a fight determines what reputation increases. And in general, for the combat tournament, what you use the most is what's going to increase reputation-wise, but yeah. Yes, when the Hane disappears, you know, they become the new Spring Spirit. And yeah, whoever hatches replaces them. But you can do this up to four times? Three times, yeah. 1,000 gold, 2,000 gold, 4,000 gold, and then you wait a year. But let's assume it only happens once. That way it makes more sense. Sono Chino. Oh, I shouldn't even say that much, but anywho. Be blessed. How old is daughter? I mean, right now, 12 years old, as I said. Little spirit cast a spell, and yeah, that's right. During the summer, we need to make every single visit. I mean, I'll do one visit to the mountain because we need to collect CGs, but hey. 2,000 gold and 100 sensitivity, and we do want to watch out for that, but we can definitely finish the cooking contest if we want to, but we're doing the fighting. We want to win each contest once, that I know for sure. Also, while we're here, I should actually start talking to these people. Not that I really need to, but I don't know if I don't remember all the stats. I think I only remember really the king and the bishop, but I don't have high faith anyway, so aside from the king, which I don't have enough decorum for, we'll try this out. They tell you what they're looking for too, but I completely forgot, so... Is that refinement? We're gonna find out. Yeah, about refinement. That looks like the refinement stat, divided by 10, so... That being said... Well, I'm going to be working... the daughter's going to be working at church anyway. Don't know what she's trying to do in this game. You're trying to grow up, and that's the appeal of raising your daughter and finding out what she becomes. But the journey is important as well. What am I doing here? Oh, I want to save first. Again, I'm only really saving here. If I misclick or something, I am going to be loading it. But if I'm trying to load for RNG purposes, I'm going to prevent myself from doing that. And yeah, let's continue doing fencing, because my attack is still low. In fact, I'll do it twice. I feel like there's something else I wanted to do, but I forgot. Oh, bandit checking. I might as well do that while I'm here. What do we need? Church. No, we'll do that after the entry in case I fight something, because my sin is going to increase. Not that one church rotation will decrease my sin by 82 plus, but the thought is nice. Otherwise, yeah, doing the church before, I mean, I could get rid of all my stress, but church doesn't increase your daughter's stress by so much, so it's fine. Hey, left door, let me swing this sword in your face. The world game is fantasy world. The bad chick at 15th century? Yes. Essentially, yes. Renaissance times, fantasy, however you want to say it. We definitely don't have any modern weaponry. That's for sure. But yeah, now I need to check the Eastern Forest, because now I'm doubting whether or not I actually fought this bandit. If I go through this whole errantry and I don't run into the bandit once, then I'm just going to assume I defeated him, and I'm really at the Lake Bandit. That's what I'm trying to get at. Also, I realized that it's summer here, so I should have been visiting the ocean right now, but we still have like 2 months left. And off we go. I'm pretty sure I'm not at my NPC attack limit yet, but I'm just not going to attack because we shouldn't need to. I could probably do like 1, maybe 2 merchant attacks, but with not really any reason to, especially since it increases your daughter's sin by so much and drops her morality down the well, but... You know. Do I want to make my daughter taller or shorter? I might as well. Just out of curiosity. But yeah, you don't really get anything else. Oh, that's right, I was supposed to rest for the fairies. It's fine. My stress won't shoot up through the roof anyway, so... I feel pretty sure I fought this bandit already, though, but we're just gonna sit here and farm for a moment. Just to be sure. Sorugaru Mantis. Unless there's some of it was in kanji. So what can she become in the future? Well, without spoiling anything, there are 50 plus, at least 50 plus endings in this game, I think. So, yeah. Actually, let me read off this because I have this open here. It's not really a guide, but I do have something open. So let me see. 1, 2, 3. I mean, there are different variations, so we're not even counting sub variations. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 15 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 30. I mean, I can count this right here. Yeah, 50. They're definitely 50 plus endings. So your daughter can become a lot of things. And that is the non-spoiler answer. That much I'll try to control myself from saying. But if you want me to explain more, I'm sorry. That's just gonna have to be the answer because I usually don't like spoiling a lot of things. And if I am, I usually announce that, hey, I'm about to spoil something. So in this case, the short answer is she can become 50 different things. Do I think people love RPG games? Yeah, it's kind of it's not there's, I don't want to say specialty, but it's what they're known for, and for good reason. But I think part of it, I mean, obviously they do a very good job. RPGs made in Japan are usually, you know, I objectively, I think are higher quality than most other countries that work on it. Like if we're talking like AAA studios and whatnot. That's not to say that, you know, Western companies can't do it, but again, on a small, if you're looking at things in a bird's eye view, it can seem that way. But in general, like if we had to look at the majority though, the short answer might be yes. But again, specifically, this is not any reason for any particular game developer to not love the RPG genre or any genre really and make a game no matter where you are in the world. That sounded like a very publicity type answer. I'm pretty sure I fought this bandit. There's no way I'm this unlucky, right? I'll do it for another day or two though, just to be sure. But the short answer is yes. The short, simple answer is yes. The more complicated answer is yes, but that's no reason not for anyone around anywhere in any spectrum of the world to not try if you have a love for a game. Now, whether or not a game is going to be successful, if we're talking about love, is a completely different topic. But that's no reason. Passion is where a lot of it starts. Without passion in a project, wanting to do a game for whatever reason, because you want to do a story, whether you want to make a challenging game, whether you want to, you know, appeal to an audience that you feel is not getting, you know, enough love and comfort, that fans are not getting the games that they deserve. That's part of that's encompasses passion. Yeah, there are a lot of RPG games in Japan for those school graphics every year. Yeah, and so they were bringing it back. I think part of it is, in my opinion, that, you know, more modern RPGs are failing for whatever reason, and I think a large contributing factor to that is the fact that people are just developers in general are trying to complete games faster, which is a good thing to do. You want to make games in a timely manner, but when you think about it, right? Especially for RPGs are definitely a game with a big undertaking. Not that a lot of games aren't, but to kind of start talking about the subject, how should I say? I'm trying to focus on the game and talk at the same time, but if you get what I mean, in the past 20 years ago, or 10 to 20 years ago, games took about what? A lot of popular games may have taken up to at least 3 to 5 years to do. Whether that's getting the team together, having the team work on it, programming the game, getting voice actors for the game, getting music for the game, trying to make sure that the game has no bugs, playtesting the game, marketing the game. I feel, I don't know if this is a true statement, but I feel from my observations that the amount of time it took to make a game, even 10 years ago, is a lot longer than it is to take a game to make a game now, which people usually try to do in 6 to a year. And we don't even, well, let's not even count the fact that there are when games come out, quote unquote come out, they're in early access or beta phase. We're talking about when games actually complete, which at this point, I mean, if you want to look at that, a lot more games are still taking a long time, but I think in general, games are coming out a lot quicker, which causes a lot of issues in the development cycle. So what I mean by that is you have less time to really ruminate, that's a big word, to really, at a very general level, test your game out, to go through the, thinking phases, managing risks, because this does all take time. It's not a process you do, essentially, definitely, I'm sorry. Coughing. Definitely playtesting and smoothing out bugs. It's not something that you do once and be complete with. It can be possible, but I wouldn't say that it's something that you do once and you're like, we're done. Because every game that comes out obviously has bugs, but the severity of those bugs, I think if I were to try and compare bugs today and in the past, they are a lot more serious now, because part of it is the quick process of development of games, compared to before, where there's a good and downside though. Immediately people would argue, well, Jordan, when games came out in the past, they weren't really updated, and so when they came out with bad bugs, they were those bugs remained because they weren't updated. But at the same time, if you flip that around, if you reverse the chessboard, you have games that come out, and if they come out so quick, and then we have more than a few examples of games that come out, have serious bugs, not even game-breaking bugs, but they're not being addressed. So, and this all contributes to the primary comment of, a lot of games, especially RPGs, are coming out with old school graphics, pixel graphics, because, there's a nostalgia factor as well, but if we're talking about one factor for the moment, it's the fact that, a lot of modern type RPGs are dropping the ball for whatever reason, but I think a contributing factor to that reason is the desire for faster development cycles. Which again, overall, if you can make a game quickly, and it's a very good game, then yeah, sure, you can do whatever you want, but that's just not what's happening, so yeah. But other types is that, yeah, there's a nostalgia factor for those who are about, at this point, at the late age, I think minimum late 20s to early 50s at this point, the nostalgia factor that contributes in. And as it turns out, I'm not saying developers forget this, but whoever's in charge of making decisions, there are more than a few people who forget that, I feel that there are more than a few people who forget that you do want an old veteran audience to exist for whatever game or whatever kind of genre you are planning to make. If you have a veteran audience, people, the old blood. But at the same time, also, obviously, you don't want, the wrong kind of things emerging from older players. What I mean by this is, you still don't want, if say that they're veteran players for a project, for the most part, they usually know what they're talking about and you should listen to them, but you don't want to listen to bad ideas still. There is still a kind of a limit to listening to what people are saying. But for the most part, the thing I'm trying to get at here is, if you don't have people supporting your game in the first place, and you're just bringing new people in, how are you going to keep the new people if you can't retain the old audiences? Kind of where I'm getting at. That's not the complete answer statement I'm trying to make, but I think you can understand the line of logic there. But anywho, so let's just continue doing fencing. We should be able to win the combat tournament through fighting. But if not, that would be strange. So let's do this. I think my defense is at a high enough level, so we'll move on. But yes, there are a lot of RPGs, not just in Japan, but in general, that definitely have the old school style of our RPG games for a good reason. Yeah, as it turns out, it was a very good formula. Now, not every game can be that way, but in general, the comment that if you make a good game, it's going to be a good game. Again, not every game should be that, in my opinion, but definitely missing a lot. I have mentioned the lack of genres being catered to in the gaming sphere right now, and another way to say it would be we are missing. There's a lot of demand for certain genres of games, I feel, and there's not enough supply, even though we have more than a few games that are doing pretty well. Yeah, we don't have enough supply. Now, that being said, if you're looking for profit margins, if you're looking at the business side of things and whether or not you want to turn out a huge profit in like the multi-million billions, then yeah, certain genres may or may not. No, that's not true. I don't believe that statement. I think you can make a very successful game that makes millions at least. I don't know about billions, but millions at least, no matter. It's hard to find a genre that doesn't do it. There are a few genres that have trouble with it, but for the most part, say if you want to make a deduction detective mystery style game, I think that's a genre that there are a few games that go for it, but have not reached. We don't have a breadwinner yet, is what I'm trying to say. I think there are a few. There are definitely a few. I'm forgetting one at the moment. That's why I want to apologize to those developers in my head. But though that's one example. We obviously know some roguelikes. We obviously know some RPGs, fighting games, so on and so forth, but there are genres that I don't think are getting the attention they deserve. And I know that there's demand for them, but as I shrug in real life, it's not just the wanting to make a game, because you can make a game on a genre, but then it also has to be a good game. So, again, I'm shrugging real life. There's not really much else more to say about it that I can think of at the moment. But anywho, as we enter the combat festival at the age of 12, during the age of 12, yeah, let's do this. We should be able to fight every enemy pretty much with physical attacks, aside from the obvious one or two maybe, but if I do my first attack and we get a lot of damage, we'll continue doing it. We're trying not to increase our magic reputation here, though. So yeah. But in the meanwhile, yeah, I didn't even get to do a thing, but so I see a I'm just reading something really quickly. Yeah, that's not actually fair. I mean, I guess you can say it. So, right now on Steam, if you look at the Steam reviews or the overall general consensus, it says mostly negative, but it's mainly half and well, you could say mostly, but mostly implies majority, right? So, it's more half and half, good and bad reviews. But anywho, I think it would still count as mixed. But anyway, as we use the War God Sword on Mia here. You think in this YouTube file you have to make a lot of great funny content like tips, tricks, lore, what if? Then yeah, it's there's only so many. I mean, there is only so many kinds of videos you can make at the same time. But speak on that notion, yes, being able to, I guess, to address the comment in general. So you think this YouTube channel, you have to make a lot of great funny content videos for games like tips, trips, lores, what if? Then you can become famous streaming with a lot of viewer. Yeah, that's on the creativity or the based on the content creator streamer. Obviously, you want to know what you're doing, you can do well and whatnot. Some people are very good at, being efficient or good at their game. But I think for that in particular, we're gonna throw out one physical attack just to see. I think we can. Yeah, we can fight this guy with physical. But Yeah, that's based on the creativity, which is why, at least for myself, again, to each their own, but for myself, I hold myself to a standard. I know I am not the best gamer in general. If I felt more confident or I actually had the abilities as a gamer, I would be participating in tournaments that, you know, can help make a living. That's just a simple part of it. And it's a simple but very effective answer. If you're good at video games, there is no reason why you shouldn't try competing to actually, you know, make a living for yourself. Now that entering that lifestyle is a completely different story, but we're gonna win, by the way. Please tell me we win. But at the same time, there are too many video to make. Takes a lot of time. So yeah, that being said though, for me, I know I'm not that, so I have to look at what I know I can do or lacks to do. Even if you're not good at gaming in general, that doesn't mean that you can't provide your own value to making videos, because the main point, even though you're playing a video game, there's more to a video or maybe a stream than the video game itself. So yeah, if it's not just a personality, again, in my opinion, while a personality shouldn't be the only thing, in my opinion, at least for me, when I hold myself to a standard, it's, I think having a person, being popular for the personality you want to make for yourself. And when I say that, that sounds kind of nefarious. What I mean by that is, if you want to become a better person through streaming and improve your personality, then yeah, I think you want to make videos where your personality presents itself on the screen, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But as for video content itself, I do think there are definitely different ways to play a game. Now, whether or not you want your video to pop, if we're talking about algorithms and robots, is a completely different story. But that doesn't mean that you can't make the video. Again, your own passion, since we're talking about video content creation or streaming in general, I do believe that passion is a strong part of it. But if you're looking at success for, say, a channel or yourself as a streamer, there are other aspects too that are just as, if not more important. Because at that point, you're moving into like the business side of things, but you can tell when someone doesn't have one, passion, and two, while they have passion, they may not be presenting themselves in the best way to make their content as best as it could be. I also do the same myself. A very easy thing to point out is the fact that, you know, my public speaking skills, I stutter still a lot here. And for my explanation for that is because I am often thinking of things I want to say, and also the fact that I don't want to leave dead air. So dead air is oftentimes not the best thing to do, but taking a breath, which is what I should do a lot more, especially if it affects my gameplay, is something that I should do. But Salam Nasir here gets slapped by a War God sword. Yeah, there are definitely different ideas, and if I actually have a resume or a track record to prove it. Just look at World of Horror and how long I've played that game without any mods or custom content, and while a lot of it is the same type of content, that doesn't mean that I've shown that I can stick with the game at least. But different ideas for videos and whatnot, even though I haven't done as much as I have, if I could show you my notes, I don't want to because they're all scratch notes and that's embarrassing, but I do have a lot of ideas that I have not put into practice, and some of it is the time commitment that it would take, but yeah, that I do have a lot of ideas in my brain. That's right, yeah, every birthday we're also getting an item, so we might need to sell a scale here and there, but for the most part we should be fine. Oh, my body. Shoji suru mono yo! Mono being the thing. It's a whole phrase. I didn't even catch it all. But anyway, as everything increases by the age of the daughter, refined glamour and morality question mark? I'm going crazy. Anywho. Yeah, fighting the skeleton would be nice, but working as a gravekeeper lowers something that I don't think I want to lower, so I don't actually remember. I can take a quick look. Give me about 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3. That's really faster, but let me see. 2, 5, 6. Yeah, glamour down for The thingy. The working as a gravekeeper. If I get enough gold for it, sure, but if I don't immediately fight the skeleton, well, yeah, problems arise. Meanwhile, if you don't have enough decorum, he shouts you out of the area. But, you know, he's a knight. And without further ado, so at this point, we want to focus on, well, we'll probably do the cooking contest. We're not set up enough to win the dance contest, but we'll work on things. So without further ado, we don't need to buy the dress yet, so instead, we will, yeah, like I said, do decorum, but also art, or dance, or painting. All three. And when need be, we will visit the thing. Well, for all intents and purposes, I should do a vacation in the mountains during the fall, but I don't want my daughter's weight to increase anymore anyway, so that's not going to happen. So in the meanwhile, we'll just take classes. We have enough gold to do it. And if we continue fighting the bandits, we should have enough gold, eventually streaming in to continue taking classes forever. But as we continue fighting people, yeah, we want these to continue increasing. Now, whether or not I'll get everything to above 500, that's probably not going to happen. I can definitely get everything to over 400. But we'll see. I wasn't the most efficient at the very beginning of this run. Again, all those failed errantries. When you fail an errantry completely, and by that I mean you get nothing, you don't open any chests, you don't get any gold, you don't defeat any enemies. All you do is get defeated. Yeah, that is a waste of a period of time in a month. So yeah, you are definitely losing efficiency there. But overall, usually your luck, if you have average luck or above, you should come out positive if you do errantries. The main downside is that you lose real life time, and so you lose your youth as you send your daughter out in errantries in real life from beyond the fourth wall. And yeah, I mean, that's just the nature of errantries. If you are succeeding them. It takes more time to do errantries than it does to watch your daughter take a class or, you know, work at a job here, because this only takes upwards of like 15-20 seconds. I forgot the dance classes increase your stamina. Anywho. It's warm, so I am fine. There's no subject in that sentence. Heiki meaning, you know, fine health-wise usually, off the top of my head, but the subject is the daughter herself, so it's fine. Decorum painting, I should actually do the thingy at some point, but while we have the oh, that's right, I wanted to do, no, it's winter time. Is it, do we, like, hold on, I'm thinking. So, May, June, July, August, September, October, yeah, so we should be in the winter months. So, do I want to take a vacation? I want to just do that another run. You know, yeah, we're just gonna go for the thing here. So, decorum, painting. But we want to visit the errantry, so we'll do this. Because we need to fight a bandit. I'm pretty sure it's the second bandit. If not, I am going absolutely insane. She's just a 12-year-old little girl, but she does too many dangerous things. Anime logic, literally animated logic, which is why, in the realm of, you know, reality, obviously don't send a daughter out in real life, out in the woods, or out on an errantry. But for the purposes of the game, hey, in this time of the video game itself, the daughter can do it. She fought a war god and won. That's what I'm trying to get at here. And off to the southern lakes we go. Yeah, 12-year-old, now 13-year-old. And yeah, the game will speed up here because I'm not doing 3 times the amount of errantries per month. But we are still going to kind of stand here and farm for gold, because any mermaid tiers we get is a lot of gold. Any extra black skills we get after we increase our defense however much we want to is nice. Although if I sell black scales, my fighter reputation, the daughter's fighter reputation will decrease, but again, we'll sell on a need to sell basis. So yeah. That being said, I don't want to go for magic ending, but actually no. You want? I should check my achievements. Yeah, I should check my achievements here. I just realized that I did a thing. So, without further ado, I don't know why I pronounced it that way. Let me do a thing here. Let me check the achievements. Then, I mean, these are the achievements. They're not hidden by spoilers, so I'll say them. Daughter defeated the war god. I did that. Daughter became a hero. Queen consort. Married cube. Father married the daughter. Let me see here. Let me find this fishman really quickly. Became queen regent. Became princess. Well, dance. Yeah, I actually don't know. I mean, I know what endings they are, but am I headed toward it is the question. And we did run into the second bandit. Mitsukachatta. Chibara. I assume just the kanji for blood, which is chi, and the kanji for rose, bada together. 200 gold, you mean? You like male character more than female in an RPG game? Hey, you do you. I can't really argue otherwise. No, you're dirty money. Dirty money, sorry. Let me see here. Yeah, daughter reached 500 in every reputation category. Daughter married the demon lord. Dance contest. Became the demon lord. Won the art festival. Again, we'll be completing nearly half of the achievements in this run alone. Daughter grew into an adult. That's just completing the game. So yeah, queen. Definitely not queen. I'm probably closer to queen regent, I believe. Question mark? Actually, I should just be standing here. I don't know why I am doing what I'm doing here, because I also have not visited the fairies yet. So, as we grab another black scale. Yeah, interesting to note that our defense doesn't, or our stats don't increase when we pick up an item that increases our stats immediately. But it will increase here, so the game does do a check at that moment. But anywho. Oh, well, wait, another thing. That's the case. Let me do this. I hope that's the ending I'm thinking about. I didn't even spell it right. I'm going crazy. Is that... Which queen ending would that be? That does mean I need my social reputation to be the highest, but... I'm trying to think of which queen ending that is. I assume the highest rank one? And if you don't know what I mean, I won't spoil things, but... Yeah, somehow I definitely need to work on elegance. So my daughter's going to be working at the bar a lot, because that is the... Aside from... Sin Ink... Well, we'll see, actually. I'm looking at basically information right here. So... Yeah, that has to be... Am I going crazy? I think I'm going crazy. Well, I guess I'm going to find out. That has to be the thing, right? I'm going to look even more, by the way. And we'll see. Excuse me. Yeah, I think... that it's odd because we have an achievement for getting everything to 500, but you don't need everything to be at 500 or above. It definitely improves your score, I believe, but yeah, there's nothing you actually do in game that requires that. And if someone in the community suggests that as a Steam achievement, I both love and hate you. But let me see here. Yeah, I think we should be fine here. The problem is that well, one more, our morality is right in the floor, so we definitely need to keep doing church jobs, but... Yeah, I guess we're gonna go for that. Is it only one? Or is it just... I thought it is social. It's not social? I guess not. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not. It's treated as a general, but you need a high... reputation count overall, which is arguably the harder thing to do compared to working at jobs and whatnot, but yeah. And then you push yourself farther, but that depends. So I assume that's that, and then Queen Consort is the king, I think, but Queen Regent is a completely different thing. And yeah, about 17% up to 20% of people on Steam already have that achievement, so hey. Not that you have to defeat the War God to do it, but I think how many people have done the War? I mean, you can do that normally, so you can use a more consistent strat and do that, but hey. Also, out of nowhere, Cast Faith Aside is a random achievement where your daughter casts a soul her fate to the Demon Lord. Literally. But yeah, we're gonna go for Queen, and if we can't get that, well, sadness. The Tiger Combat Tournament, yeah, that's a popular one. Ta-da! Key! That's probably the wrong noise. War God, yeah, God of War. Really? Less War God defeats than becoming Queen? Huh. I can kind of see that. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Anywho. All things considered, if I want to continue increasing my reputations, I really should have completed the errantry, but it's fine. It's fine, I think. So, 31 days and a whole dream. And then we'll move on. Yeah, so for the purposes of social reputation, I didn't mean to set up camp. That was a misclick, but it's fine for the moment. Oh, we didn't set up camp, thankfully. But we didn't run into anything else either, because it looks like it's going to turn into daytime soon. So off we go. Off to the races.
旦那様、お城からお尋ね者バニスター捕獲の功により、あんな女の子があのバニスターをやっつけたなんて。可愛いのにとっても強いのね。
She's cute, but she's really strong.
大したもんじゃって。
大したもん. But yeah, away we go. I think I want to defeat the last bandit with magic, but my cleaning stat is way through the floor, so I mean, I forgot what decreases through housework. I guess we're gonna find out. Again, it's not like I need. If I'm going for the queen ending, I actually need morality. So I wonder if I'm gonna be able to even do that. But in the meanwhile, this is the fastest way for me to improve the house reputation, so I think 206. Yeah, we lose sensitivity here, but we have like 89,000 sensitivity, so... And we'll be getting more. And also, our base cooking stat is still very low. That's why our cooking stat can continue increasing above 100 like this. I'm pretty sure. Which makes sense. But yeah, also temperance, also cleaning. If I could get maternal stat, the maternal stat is a hidden stat, but if I could get that, that would be nice, but... Otherwise... What other ways there to increase morality? I guess I'm just gonna look that up now. I shouldn't have done that here, but it's fine. Dun 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 do 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 do. So yeah, we'll continue doing this because again, we're trying to get our house reputation up. Next year we'll focus on the social reputation, although we do want to add some classes in between because yeah, I need the time. But at the same time, we're also doing this. Priority wise, we're high priority on, we will win the cooking contest. It's the dance contest we need to win afterward, which means I need to start taking classes soon. Or I need to start having the daughter take classes. Eat the show. Hiya! Fire! But yeah, let me check. Church tutor to increase by 1 per day. But other than that, yeah, God blessings. A blood type. Yeah, otherwise there's no... There are no other uses. No. What stat does tutor decrease? I'm looking right now. I mean, I could just try to take the job, but I think you need a high speech, or sorry, decorum or elegant stat anyway, so... Ow! My fingers. Hit Mike. Yeah, we lose... glamour, I think, per day? We get maternal instinct, but yeah, stress also shoots up through the roof, so... that's not gonna happen. And yeah, let's actually start taking classes here. So... what else? I think mainly dance, but also painting. Just painting. Is painting social? Why am I forgetting this at the moment? Anywho. We will, you know, we'll just take a really quick vacation. I really shouldn't do this, but we're doing it. Stamina, art, and glamour. But I'm thinking... she is rich people, is she? Yes. 12,000. This is not normal. You normally are not holding on to this much gold, but... hey. So yeah, from now on, my fighting and magic reputation can increase through combat. Oh my goodness, you got one shot. No fair! I was coming towards you and you threw a projectile from like across the screen. Well, deal. Goodness. Now this is sensitivity and art. But that's fine. But we want to switch, yeah, we want to switch between the thing. We'll do mountain. I don't often do mountain. This increases her sensitivity too, right? Yeah, it does. And away we go. And yeah, since the housing reputation is increased, I think... oh no, it's social reputation. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. We get a visit from Paimon to get blessed. Recognition through high society. Wow, you don't have time to go to school to study magic. Nope. Because our magic is already maxed out, so we cannot increase it. Well, there's the magic defense through the thing, but that would push my magic reputation up too high unless I need it, so I guess we'll find out. Yeah, if I'm trying to get everything to 500, I guess magic defense would be the next option, but we'll see. I forgot to visit these people, but it's fine. We have another year to continue doing things. And yeah, I think we've already maxed out our connections there, so back to housework you go. Daughter. Yeah, well, we can still increase all three at the same time, we might as well. Otherwise, I mean, innkeeper and restaurant isn't bad, it's just that those two jobs lower combat skill, which is costs a lot of money to maintain. Whereas sensitivity, don't really need a lot of it. Just enough for fairies is good enough for me. But again, I don't know the most optimal play, so I can only assume. How much am I getting on average per period? I guess we'll find out. Kaji tetsudai. Tetsudai usually meaning to lend a help. There's a verb form, tetsudao. So tetsudate, the command form. But as Cube says it, because he's also a formal, in a position to be formal. Yeah. Do I have enough for the general? They do, I do. I don't know what stat he's looking at, I forgot. But anywho, back we go. That's right, I need to continue adding. So we shouldn't need the painting classes. It's mainly dance class question mark? Huh. Well, we're gonna find out. We're planning to participate in the cooking contest, so fun. But morality, that's right, morality. I need to add morality every month, otherwise I might need. How goes the war? Well, that's gone and done. Now we're just looking to become queen. The actually final ideal is to get by getting every stat to plus 500, we'll become queen anyway, but you can become queen without getting every reputation to 500. Reputation, for those that know, being these 4 stats that say the word reputation in them. Fighting reputation, magic reputation, social reputation, and house reputation. But that's the current war. The past war is gone and done with. We completed that in the past hour, the first hour of the stream, question mark? I can't tell because I'm not looking at the right place. Well, hey, hold on. Woo! Yeah, I can't tell. I think about the first hour. And away we go. But yeah, if we're becoming queen, to get a good ending, if I care about it, we need high morality. We don't need it for a Steam achievement, but it'd make me feel a lot better. Because if I plan to do a certain thing, I will need to be able to concentrate on how to get good endings. But that's for me to worry about and you to not worry about. I also did not pull up the right thing here. So she's princess. Yeah, there's also one for becoming princess, but that requires something else that I no longer am able to do because I have made mistakes. So, mistakes. Let me see here. There's also something I forgot to do here. I feel like there's something I wanted to do here, aside from buying a dress. But we'll wait for our connection to increase. We'll might as well get the gold. For those that don't know, your connection stat, which is not shown on the right side here. I can't see it, never mind. But your connection stat is a stat that essentially determines the price of items that you buy in the town. So, I mean, not much more to say about it. So yeah, what I wanted to actually do is 2 housework, 1 church. That way I can steadily keep an eye on the daughter's morality, and yeah. Does she have a sister or brother? No, not in this game. I don't know about the other princess makers, but essentially you're mainly raising an only child, so... I'm checking something on the side. I didn't do something that I should have done, but it's fine. I shouldn't even be worrying about this, but yeah, I'm doing something in real life that making sure. I also didn't get a drink of water, but we can stream. I won't need to AFK this stream because, well, if I plan to go longer, if I didn't want to overlap with the Discord stream, then I would. I keep doing that. I'm not sponsored or anything. I'm not really trying to advertise it. I'm just saying that's the reality of what I'm trying to do here. So, yeah. She's Goku from space, essentially, right? Dropped down from the gods, so... We failed one, by the way. To clear our stress, we would want to go on an errantry, but I think we're okay for the moment. Oh, you know what I was supposed to do? I was supposed to do this. We can still do this for about 2 months, I think, but... Yeah. I was wasting months. July... May, June, July. Yeah, so I wasted 2 months of ocean vacations. We should still be fine by the end of the run. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to the thing here. Oh, I forgot I have mermaid's tears. Well, hey. King always loves her and her mother. Well, we don't have any word about the mother. Not that there was... The assumption is there isn't one because, well, she's literally dropped down being from the sky. Unless you count the patron god, but the patron god can sometimes be male, so that's not true either. But yeah, we might have to do another... We might have to even do the art contest, but we'll see. The art contest is social rep, right? Why am I going crazy here? It shouldn't be house rep, so... Maybe we can visit the... I'm not sure. I hope I don't get the artist ending because of that. Anywho. Yeah, I really messed up. I should have been lowering the daughter's weight. It's fine for the moment. Now we've maxed out connection stat with that guy. Well, not maxed out, but we've gotten as much of the connection stat as we could. Is this still the summer? This isn't the summer anymore, right? Well, so I'm not sure. We'll do this. Is our daughter still overweight? I guess we'll find out next year. Handmade walking stick? I'm not that old! I usually set the the father's age to about 20s to 30s, so... Anywho. So we'll be able to increase our stats even faster, but... More importantly, we need to continue getting these stats up, because we will easily break the 400s. We should be able to easily break the 400s. In fact, we might not even need to take the cooking contest, but social rep is definitely in need of help. So, and it's going to be troublesome because I want to increase morality, but our intelligence is also going to take a hit to the face as we do things. So, yeah. If I want to, actually, I should do this. Yeah, to lose a lot of weight, I should do this. This is gonna hurt the daughter's stamina, but we don't need that much stamina, so yeah. I don't know which stat you asked for. Intelligence? Yeah, that's not too great, but oh, here it's called renown. Sorry, but anyway, it's very nice to fight a king with only a daughter. Ooh. Yeah, the father is the father, the king is the king, and we will see that in the ending, but let me make sure I'm doing a thing correctly here. So yeah, we want to continue doing this. Again, morality here is more of a vanity stat at this point. I don't need to get the good ending, or even normal ending, but I'm choosing to, so... Is it only 500 or 300? Let me check really quickly. In a way, these are spoilers, but let me just do a thing. Oh my goodness. Sadness. Yeah, morality needs to be at least 500 or above 500. As long as it's over 100, we'll get a normal ending, but for the most part, if I can do it, why not, right? Although my morality, the daughter's morality is still like under 100 right now, so that's a moot point. Goodness. Do do do. Do 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 do. Yeah, and our stamina is quickly dwindling, but that's fine for the moment. Yeah, and our elegance, yeah, we're gonna have to wait until we can work at the bar to increase that properly. Otherwise, maybe I do want to try for the art contest. Question mark? No, just to be safe, we'll do the cooking contest. Yeah, we'll do the cooking contest. We should get a rival in the combat tournament, but since we're never going to enter that, it should be completely fine. So, away we go. Ah, my body. And away we go. And as they do their taste test here, I will continue making sure that things are okay. Oh my sweet goodness. Well, that was interesting. Oh my sweet goodness. Well, oh my goodness. I'm doing it in real life and things are happening. But as I return to normal here, we should win. If we somehow lose this, I would actually be very surprised, even if it may not be that surprising. So let's find out. With how long she spent in the water and on the beach, she should get a fish ending. Yeah, all these scales. I think I still have like 30 plus scales. Also, we demolished the cooking contest. You should become strong to protect your country. You can do that. It's just that I want to get Steam achievements here beyond the fourth wall, so... Now, if this were refined, I would need to get every ending, so... Because, yeah, for those who don't know, in Princess Maker 2 Refined, the Steam achievements there are set up in a way that you need to pretty much get every ending. So, yeah. Do I want sensitivity here? Yeah, I want sensitivity here. I'm losing sensitivity here, so... Hi. Unfortunately, there is nothing that increases morale, so I guess instead of a teacup, we can grab the poetry book just to try to increase our thing, and we get a reduced price, but not too much at the moment. And then we get this blessing. Refinement, glamour, sensitivity. Yeah, it is sensitivity. So we don't particularly need the stamina. So instead, we are going to spare the egg. And you will see why in a hot moment. Now choose to work as a barmaid. And yep, that's the next thing we go into. So, our stress threshold is near about 150, 170. But we need to work, the daughter needs to work at the bar to increase her speech, because that's one of the only ways to do so reliably. I don't know why that's the case, I just accept it as often. So, anyone wondering why certain gameplay changes weren't made, that wasn't the point of Regeneration. Well, it could have been possible, that wasn't the point of Regeneration, so... Yeah, we have to work at the bar. We will continue studying for dance, but we also need to do this. So we'll keep an eye on the daughter's stress levels before we move on. How much stamina am I losing every month, by the way? I'll try to keep an eye out. Yeah, so this tanks your daughter's intelligence to the ground, but we need to work at the bar to do things. As long as my the daughter's intelligence doesn't lower below 100 or even 120, just to be safe, we should be fine. So what I mean by that is we need to take science classes to outweigh the bar job, because there's no other way to increase elegance. Did I say she is an adoptive daughter of the king? No. Did I say that? If I did, I want to mistaken. But oh, it's because my cooking status is so high that we're getting this rival. It's fine. We're not visiting the cooking tournament anymore anyway, so fine. Maybe. But no, she's the adoptive daughter of the hero, who is the father MC of the game. She's the adoptive daughter of the hero. The king is just the king. But the king obviously really respects the hero, who is now the adoptive father of the heroine. Also, this thankfully decreases the daughter's stress to 0, but every year that we don't participate in the cooking contest, stress increases by 10. So overall, I mean, right now, it's still a stress. We're still doing better on stress. Also, yeah, I type AB, so we're getting sensitivity. Probably should have done type or whatever it was to increase something else. Oh, morality, but we'll deal with it. Olive was awarded a paradise egg as a prize for winning the cooking contest a month had passed since she chose not to eat it. Look at this bird! It talks. I forgot about that. Tamago, egg. So basically, a lot of these sentient beings are the reason why so many terrible things are happening. Demons aside, but... It's only the eggs, yeah, because... I mean, actually searching for the birds. Oof. By the way, yes, fantasy with a sprinkle of supernatural, because, yeah, things that live for 1,000 years. Spirits and spirits, obviously, but, you know. What did the hero do for this country? The hero defeated the Demon King. Yes, it's very old trope, but it's tried and true trope. So that is why they are the hero, because they defeated the Demon King. Even though the Demon King is fine and walking around in the desert, you know. Rip intelligence. But anywho, yeah, every month we need to work at this bar. At a certain point, we need to visit the thing. Also, I mean, I could just buy a bunch of... I sell all the books and buy a bunch of books back, but we're not going to do that. So instead, we're going to work at the church along with housework, because we have yet to... Well, our housing reputation is shooting through the roof, so I should be focusing on doing the dance thing. But anywho. 1 month shouldn't be so bad, and if it is bad, well, mistakes are made. I can always visit another tournament. I think. I'm trying to think. But anywho, I think bar is the first job with the higher multiplier in terms of determining endings. But anywho, yeah, well, I'm basically gauging my progress in housework with the temperance and clean. Mainly the temperance stat, but... Hero defeated the Demon King, yep. Classic motive, classic trope, old trope. But tried and true. Whenever you need a fantasy setting, just add in someone who defeats a Demon King. And then just, if you want anything spicier, you twist that narrative and, you know, oh, sometimes it was the Demon King who was in the right, or Demon Queen, or maybe it wasn't the hero at all, but, you know, things like that. I am, in fact, doing the same thing with the game I'm making right now, so that's why I can speak from experience. But anywho. Yeah, so while we need to work at the bar, we also need to be doing this. So pretty much, this is what I should be doing all the time, is what I'm trying to say. We'll remove housework when our cleaning/temperance stat reaches 100. We'll remove bar when our elegance reaches 100. We'll remove the... well, we'll continue visiting the church because, well, we need to. So, yeah. The good thing is that as daughter continues working in the church, our stress thresholds increase through the roof. So, if we are indeed doing... I think we're doing a church job here. But at the same time, we're increasing our stamina with the intensive diet that we're on, so that's fine. That being said, I'm pretty sure we need to do a thing. All things considered, I don't need to increase this anymore. We can do some stat management, so... in a way, yeah, we don't need to increase housework anymore at this point. We'll do so later in the run. But yeah. Where is the hero? You are the hero. The father is the hero. So, this is the point of view of the father/hero. Donovan, the spirit of household reputation, will bless our daughter. And we will, yeah, the short answer is, the father is the hero. You are playing the father/hero/male lead. But anywho, I need to do a thing. Let me see here. Am I going crazy? I'm going crazy here. Yeah, I'm going crazy. So, because it's about to be summer soon, I think I'm just gonna rush dance really quickly here. We should still be fine. At some point, we do need to visit the errand tree, so we'll do that probably next month. Just to deplete her stress to 0. But afterward, we need to do the game. This game brings new meaning to the men want one thing, and it's disgusting meme ? Oh yeah, the meme. I was trying to figure out because actually the chat is kind of small from where I'm seeing it right now, so I should actually make the chat bigger for me. But basically, anime. We have anime girls, we have fantasy, and we have an RPG in a sense. Everything that the weebs, me included being a weeb once. So hey. I mean, if you give me an anime game, you're probably gotten me 50% hooked, but that's not all. So, yeah, we don't see the father's face, so... I mean, it's supposed to be a self-insert, right? You need to remember that this game was made in the mid-1990s. Let me see really quickly. Hello, Paimon, but as I search this game up really quickly... Oh my goodness. That's not what I'm looking for! A quick search on and then to a wiki page. Yeah, this game was released in 1993 and therefore was worked on before that. It might have taken a year or two minimum. So really in 1990 the game was made. So this game was made for an audience in the 90s. So yeah, it was like a PC 88 or 98 game or something. Yeah, so as mentioned there. You need to keep visiting this minister, by the way. So yeah, and the audience changes. Now, whether or not the audience was... the content in the game is appropriate, you know, in general, just not even at a specific point in time, is a completely different question. But I think there is a very... Not artistic, but let me see, what's the word I'm trying to use? Educational purpose? I'm thinking of the YouTube's EDSA policy. which I mean has it's built in. The logic around it is objectively sound, where there is an historical / educational value to Princess Maker 2. So again, that doesn't exceed. There's a point in which you go too far, but Princess Maker 2 is not one of those games, in my opinion. So yeah, let me just do this. And then we'll do the Northern Mountains, and then we'll do the Southern Lakes because we need to decrease stress. So yeah. All things considered, I can leave my morality as is, but yeah. Actually, there's a quick way for me to find out if my daughter is slim enough, and that's to try to use the dress. The real fantasy is you're retarded with benefits. Yeah, that too. I mean, the hero is still technically working. That's why, one, even though you get a stipend every October, Cube mentions that, hey, if you do this, you're going to be losing gold. When your daughter gets, I think, bedridden, you have to decide on whether or not you or Cube wants to watch over the daughter while she's bedridden. And if you choose to do so, Cube kind of says like, oh, you're going to lose gold. So theoretically, the hero is still doing work. It's just obviously also living the good life because they're obviously living in a very huge mansion of sorts. Theoretically speaking. I don't know if that's true. Someone who knows the lore can let me know. But yeah, we're here to fight the last bandit. I think I will increase fighter reputation with this. No, we'll increase magic reputation with this. Because my intelligence might continue decreasing. I mean, it ultimately doesn't matter. I'll be able to defeat any enemy, usually with about 120 intelligence, no problem. But, you know. Female lead is so cute from Face to Voice. Yeah, they do a good job at that. I mean, that is a draw when it's made for a male audience. I mean, you can make it for a female audience. There is a female audience for this game too, obviously. The raising simulators are a general gender neutral thing in that regard, in my opinion. Just like any game can. I mean, it's not, but I think the popular audience, if I were to look at back at the 90s, was for a male-directed audience. But in this day and age, obviously, you have a wider audience that is, you know, you can appeal to. Immediately, third bandit, by the way. Oh, I accidentally took the gold. What am I doing with my life? Oh my goodness. I'm going crazy. We're not going to reload there, by the way. I said accept because I'm going crazy. Yep. I don't think we can. I think we have to do it again. Yep. So this is just a waste of a period. Well, hey. At least we can get our reputation up, but that was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. We're going to be working at the church, so that sin should decrease on its own, but that was an accident. You only know about the Princess Maker series. You don't know there are more out. Didn't know there are more about there. Yeah, and that's where a lot of things too. Now, obviously, right? I think it's obvious where if you were raising a son instead, you would have a bigger female audience, maybe compared to male. I don't know if that's going to be completely true, but that doesn't mean you'll have a completely like. I don't know. I wouldn't say you would have a 90-10 split in gender of the audience or people playing. But anywho. That's right, the daughter's glamour stat is high enough. I just don't want her sin to be high enough to accept that proposal, because bad things can happen. In that your daughter will not listen to what you want to do, I think. I forgot the exact effect, but essentially, yeah, it can turn bad. Especially since we want morality to stay high, or to be high. You don't think I have to train anymore if you took out the Demon King, though? It's more casual in comparison. If you're just talking about, you know, the hero in lore training, yeah, that's true. Although, as I said, the Demon King is kind of just walking around in the desert, so definitely. But the whole point is that the hero stopped the war. It's been a while since I reviewed the lore of Princess Maker 2 specifically, but usually Luciphon exists in a lot of Princess Maker games, from my very, very sparse knowledge, because I haven't even looked into the other Princess Makers. They are available on Steam, but boy, yeah, so people did not recommend the others to me. So, yeah. Anywho. Again, we're mainly here to deplete our stress, but a mermaid visit would be okay. Wouldn't be the most insane thing in the world. So yeah. I mean, if I want to make this faster, I could just... rest or camp until time runs out, but we should be fine for the moment. In fact, if I keep reducing stress in this way, I might get... I don't have to do housework as much, so it's a good thing I kind of stopped and took a breath. But we will stop here just for the sake of gold, just in case we need more, so yeah. But I did take a look at the other princess makers. Really, though, it's a matter of time, not just resources. Resources are a worry for me as well, but for the most part, not getting into it. The recommendation does play a part from other people, but I also just don't have the time. I'm already doing... still planning to do more Slay the Spire, obviously still on World of Horror. We're doing Princess Maker 2 Regeneration, and we also have to throw in Volcano Princess, so... I'm struggling in real life. My plate's not as full as it could be, but it's definitely up to a certain degree. And obviously, the moment anything happens, like the emergency, which is why the stream was later, happened later than expected, then yeah, it's... I don't have a lot of time. 4 games is already much more than most people would normally be comfortable with. So, yeah. And we're even including, say, even if, for example, I mean, I do specialize in World of Horror on this channel, but, you know. And if you don't know, yes, I mainly do World of Horror content, on this channel anyway. I do try to play other games on the side, but most of the time, at least these days, I mentioned it once here and I'll mention it again. If I'm going to be playing any video games just in general, I usually want to stream or record it so I can put it on this channel, if for no other reason than for posterity. But also, you know, I think at least right now, which is why I keep repeating it, working on this channel on YouTube, I think helps me makes me a better person. It's not a huge reason that I'm in that regard, but it you know, it's the small things in life do add up. I think I'm not the wisest person. I'm not even wise, but I feel I'm a person based on feel, and I think my gameplay portrays that. I think seeing someone play a video game, or seeing people play video games in general, can let you in on how a person is. Because while the spectacle of, you know, being a content creator, streamer, being able to have that persona, if I were to use the term, is one aspect of things, I think just playing video games in general can clue you in on to how a person is, and that it is really revealing. Again, not just content creation or streaming, just playing video games in general with other people can be an experience that people just don't want to do, because it's very, I think playing games or video games, or, you know, being active in that regard, it is a social activity to some degree. Now, obviously, that sounds weird because you have people playing video games on their own, but again, the general point of, you know, if you see someone playing a video game just seriously and they don't, you know, usually when someone's playing a video game, they're relaxed, they're not really, you know, they're not really trying to put forth a persona, you're not out in public, so I think you get a glimpse into someone's true self through video games, which sounds really philosophical and poetic, but I mean, I think that's a true thing, to at least some degree. Yeah, some are basically spreadsheets, but those people are good and interesting too. Yeah, again, I feel, yeah, you get a good look into people, or at least I feel you can get, I get a feeling. And again, you know that I do things based on feeling, because it's very apparent when you see me playing video games here on this channel, if nothing else. Now, obviously, sometimes I'm trying to, you know, do my best to not make mistakes and put forth stuff, but again, I think part of that, you know, starts at the small things. If you don't start at small things, like, you know, what's the quote? Every person, you know, starts by making your own bed in the morning. If you don't even start by making your own bed, brushing your teeth in the morning, washing your face, taking a shower if you want to go that far, which you should, actually. But I take a shower once a day. But some people do it twice per day. Again, it's the repetition of doing these things that result in good things. Now, there are certain times in which that may not be. This doesn't apply to everyone. Some people can be perfectly fine and they don't follow like the set rhythm of things, but you get the point. Starting small and working towards something bigger, you gotta start small, usually. Again, there are always exceptions, but the general point, like, we're all human beings, so most human beings are therefore gonna evolve through human being type concepts. Now, at a certain point, I'm really bad at the specifics, though. If you want me to come up with examples and whatnot, yeah. And it's kind of, and at this point, yes, I'm kind of playing safe. When you would talk about things in general, it's really easy to look at things and say that's true. But also, I mean, there's always an untrue part of most statements. Again, there are always exceptions, but therefore there are also exceptions to the exception. And therefore there can be statements that are always true. I think the silliest version that I've come up with is that, you know, some people say 2 + 2 is 4, and the way that I like to play around with that was like, well, if you have 2 groups of 7, 2 + 2 = 14. That's the funniest thing. I love doing it. I'm not saying that it's, you know, you should always be a rebel, but keeping an open mind on things. But there are points in which you want to be not stubborn, but the good form of stubbornness is confidence, in a sense, if I were to try to word it. Again, this is all stream of consciousness, so this is all our opinions. I'm not trying to state anything as fact, but anywho, I think I'm forgetting to do a thing here. March, April, yeah, so April, 1 more month until the summer months, so I want to make this a good summer month, and we want to defeat the bandit, so let's do that. Oh my god, I completely forgot, by the way. Anywho, you gotta work on decorum still. Art is already through the roof, but obviously we shouldn't get the artist ending because 1, we're not going to be winning any art contests, and 2, cooking is the highest stat by far. So yeah, there's something I want to do. I forgot what I was going to do aside from the winter errantry. Church, yeah, church, and then winter, northern mountains, because we need to fight this bandit. Well, when I think about it, that's what happens, and why I see people really double down when people think they when you think about it, that's what happens, and why you should see when you see people really double down when you really think they shouldn't. Yeah, part of that is a lot just to catch up. And from my understanding, I think people do that because, you know, humans have a thing called pride, and so they don't want to be. Old gods forbid that. No, don't think about. Okay, good. Yeah, basically pride. There is a thing of, well, aside from nefarious reasons, that they don't want their worldview to be broken, but I think most of it is when you're in the moment. As a human being, you... I think there's a level of self-control, I think is the more accurate phrase. There's a level of self-control that you need to be able to stop and think, hey, am I doing this because I'm just, you know, high off the pride, essentially? Or, you know, I feel too proud to stop. I don't want to be proven wrong. The feeling of being proven wrong, it's not even about facts, it's about the pride that carries when you are, you know, you don't want the feeling of I don't want to be wrong. That's really strong when you are in the middle of an argument or hot in a debate, whether it's on the internet or in real life. Especially in real life, that's when it gets worse. But that's why there are good and bad versions. On the internet, usually there are less stakes involved, but it's easier to get carried away because in real life, when you are arguing with someone, oftentimes you don't want to escalate to that point because when you're arguing in real life, it's easy to get carried away by your emotions, whether that's anger, sadness, excitement, even joy in certain cases, because you can have healthy arguments, but usually if we're talking about negative arguments, it's a point of pride in that, yeah, I don't want to back down, I don't want to be seen as weak, I guess, which you shouldn't see yourself that way. And if people assume you're that way, then usually people who think you're that way, if they think you're weak for backing down from an argument, you probably shouldn't be acquainted with them in the first place. But again, sometimes you can people can just make that mistake. It's easy to get carried away because that's just the nature of human beings, to get carried away. I'm the same thing. When I watch someone, I have to. It was only not that recent, but recently that I finally nailed down the idea that, yeah, someone is saying something, but since I know for sure, I know that, you know, something that I may be listening to is not completely true, then I don't want to blindly follow. Also, yeah, we're gonna use magic here, by the way. We should be able to defeat him with magic. If not, you think efficient laziness is core to nature. Humans evolved because humans figured out banging rocks and, you know, bone marrow was a lot easier than hunting, gave enough recreation time to start farms. And again, I'm not saying that, yeah, I'm to kind of expand on that. I personally don't think at the moment, if I'm thinking off the top of my head, again, this is not consolidated, I truly believe this. Maybe I do. That's otherwise I wouldn't be saying it. But comfort and leisure, making things like, for example, we'll use AI. AI is seen negatively, but for example, like making tools, obviously like, you know, the hammer, the bow, the crossbow, guns to hunt and whatnot. Those are made for convenience. That way we don't have to go chasing down, you know, animals when we're looking to eat. Same thing for computers. We came up with computers and phones because we don't want to be able to, you know, send people to, you know, send messages here and whatnot. And therefore that makes human life easier. That way, the idea that we're giving ourselves more time so that we can improve and basically make life a lot more fulfilled, I guess. Being able to explore things. In some cases, it's like, in some cases, it's progressing the sciences, figure out more about life itself. Is there a god, if you want to go that far? How small do we go in terms of, you know, how are human beings made up of? We want to be able to study how human beings are made up, and therefore we can be in this healthy cycle of, you know, making humans better in whole. In theory, ideally. But at the same time, you don't want to go too far and absolutely destroy the humanity, I guess. And that's where AI art is kind of in the negative right now. Again, I don't think AI art, just like a tool, right? AI art in specifically is being used more nefariously than it is in good. And even if it's not the majority, it's being used too much in a bad way, where it is providing an overall net negative in general. If it is indeed that way. I don't know how it is right now in general, but obviously we know that the discourse on AI art is a thing. So, and that extends to other things, because now it's setting a precedent for other areas of life. You know, we talked about, you know, graphic design and whatnot, programming sometimes, heck, even making game development, but definitely in advertising, making posters and whatnot. It's slowly getting closer. It's slowly getting closer. Also, we're in May, so what I want to do is actually 3 summer vacations. So yeah. Why is the game so bright and comfy? Think dark fantasy game like that? Well, yeah. To each their own. To each their own. Also, what the heck? What am I doing? Why did the daughter's weight not decrease? Did I make something wrong? I might have done something wrong. Anywho, let's give the mermaid tier. I guess we'll visit the mountain quickly if the weight isn't decreasing. Oh, going crazy. The first computer, aka analytical engine, was made because people didn't have enough fingers to do the big math. Yeah, so doing math and whatnot, basically so that humans can do things quicker. Again, it depends. You don't want to fall back into laziness, but it is very easy to do so because that, again, humans don't want to, for reasons that human beings can understand, don't want to experience pain and whatnot. And AI is something that you can't control. Yeah, and at this point, I mean, usually there's someone behind not the creation, but the use of AI. But if you let an AI go and just do its own thing, that can get scary really quickly. Take it for someone who has a degree in computer science, basically. Even though I am not the greatest expert. In fact, I'm not even that competent. If you study for about a few months in computer science, you are likely going to be a lot more knowledgeable on computer science than I am. Although I have a degree in computer science, so let me see here. So yeah, the daughter's social reputation is completely on the floor. I thought we were going to be able to decrease the daughter's weight here. I'm going to try it again, but we might be able to win the art contest with... oh wait, I need to actually be able to go into the art contest. Oh, this is the actual first summer one. What? It was... Anywho, I'm going crazy. Fatigue is a built-in limiter to stop people from working too much. That's what separates from mindless cars, robots, and AI. Yeah. On top of just the human touch of things. Not saying that... So, at a certain point, you know, when you look at the theory of it, AI can replicate anything it wants to. But that it would certainly take more time, I think, than even 1 or 2 lifetimes right now, I believe. But As it is right now, you can still kind of see the human element of things because humans are, I mean, you think about it. Humans are made up of billions of molecules, and any one moment in time, as human beings understand it, we can perform any numerous number of possibilities. So while supercomputers can calculate billions, if not trillions, if not more possibilities at a time, the interaction of millions of human beings, even on its own, and human beings just being made up of millions and trillions of molecules, is that there's a lot of variability in human beings, basically. Anywho, I should actually buy a dress now. So we're gonna get this at a discount, but hey. Oh, we have items. Whoop! Sorry, we're topped off on items, as it turns out. So what we're going to do is sell. Oh, mithril armor. We have too much mithril armor. We can also sell the ice shard if need be. Shouldn't need to, but yeah, we have things that we can sell. So that's what happens when you are topped off on item limit. The god tells you, hey, you have too many items. Oh, don't want to sell the royal sword. That would be a tragedy. Don't we have another mithril armor? I felt like we did. I guess we're gonna. There's one. Huh, we didn't. Or did we? I'm going crazy. Well, we could sell the healing pill as well. We might as well sell a lot of items here. We are going to need to. Heck, we can even sell the teacup. And then the ice shard as well. We'll lose stamina for this, but that's fine. And away we go. I think the low end of graphic design is pretty much over with AI. Again, I'm gonna need to catch up on the chat, but that's because I'm focusing on the game as well, sorry. Yeah, pretty much over with AI, but the argument can be made with clip art. Yeah, again, I think there's still a lot more variability that human beings are aware of, but again, I'm not an expert on that, so I won't talk too much about it. With your gaming experience, you think human made or God? Listen, whether or not God exists, that's far above my ability to think. Also, we want to try and equip the dress, because if we can't, then we can't theoretically participate. I don't know if that's a true statement. Yep. So yeah, we have to keep taking summer vacations to quickly cut down on the daughter's weight. Rip morality, by the way. But yeah. Really, reality has a lot more random factors that need to be accounted for compared to digital environment. Ain't no way the drawing AI has a plan for when a tornado hits their server. Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's why we still don't come. I mean, in the end, too, human beings are the things that made AI. And when I talk about this, a very common example used just in programming in general, but also thinking about AI and self-automated control, are things like very sensitive jobs. For example, flight, airports, but even more intensive are surgeries. So while there may be implementations here and there, in the end, a human being is responsible for at least the creation of said AI. So that's why you have to go through, game development aside, I would rather people focus on the testing of really sensitive, if it's left to automated control and AI, things like, again, flights, because the actual human lives are at stake. Surgeries, where, a human life is at stake. Virology, biology, even making crops, anything that has architecture even, because we do have AI helping out with the construction of things. And again, theoretically speaking, there are ups and downs, right? For every up, there is a down. So for human beings, maybe, someone uses the wrong material or is not in a general level, when you're making a mason prepares a brick incorrectly, and that results in 3 years down the road, rain hitting it wrong and a structure collapsing in on itself, that is dangerous to human beings. But at the same time, if you program an AI wrong and an AI makes a mistake, while it is a human error, it's the AI that's making the error, and so that causes problems as well. But the good form is that obviously robots never get tired. But human beings can be much more attentive, in that when you're doing the job, you are, again, if a human being stays aware and awake, nothing wrong should happen. Also, I think our daughter should be slim enough to put on the silk dress, but let's find out. I wish we could sort. Yeah, she is, so let's do that. And away we go. We can go back to a refined diet. But for the moment, we do need to continue doing other things. So, our artistry is already at max. So instead, let's go back to the normal, which is church. I will continue doing decorum until we are topped off on decorum. And then elegance we'll work on later, but we'll find out. But otherwise, yeah, we want to be going into the thingamajiggy, the dance contest or social reputation. And then we'll work on from there. That means I can do one housework, so let's do that. And away we go. Hope I'm not forgetting anything. That UI inventory is a bit rough, like, you don't ever put anything on top of the dot. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, just the UI in general, like, having to scroll through it, yeah, you just heard me complain about sorting. Game is too long, you don't know when you'll be able to see the ending of this game. Well, it's because I did a lot of errand trees. Our daughters we're already over halfway through. So the fact that I have to do less errand trees means this is gonna speed up. But yeah, when a human messes up, they apologize, get back up. When a computer messes up, it's practically the end of the world for it. Yeah, so that's... I mean, you can improve on a computer, you can improve on the mistakes you made, but whatever mistakes it made, there's no... The introspection and reflection happens after the fact, whereas in the middle of the human making a mistake, you can still try and correct things. I mean, you can apply that to a robot as well, but yeah. You know, AI might destroy humans in the near future. Oof. That's the fear, right? But it was a joke in sci-fi movies about 10 years ago, and now it's becoming much more reality. I mean, in theory, it is possible. It is a lot of things, as it turns out. Even in fantasy isekai, those are built on very human values. So, I mean, that's not much more I can say without thinking about it some more. But anywho. What's the age endgame? 18. So when your daughter hits 18, when your daughter is 17, you are in your last year. And when she hits 18, the game stops, allows you to save, and then you see the ending. So we're in trouble anyway. Yeah. Again, in a weird way, as humans evolve, AI will continue evolving. Because like I said, AI starts from somewhere. AI has a birth from somewhere. We need to accept this, by the way. So we want to slow down on our house reputation. Our fighting reputation could use more help, but magic reputation... As long as I continue fighting enemies like this, then we should be okay. It's our social reputation that's taking a hit. So yeah. But in the meanwhile... I think the month of August was also a summer month, right? Anywho. I'm going crazy. We'll do one decorum, and I think we start doing the other thing. But let's continue increasing morality. At this point, this is vanity. I don't need to be doing this like this. But I am. And the refinement is nice, but we don't particularly need it. Do I? Am I going crazy? I'm going crazy. I feel like one of the Queen endings you needed refinement, but I'm going crazy. Was it that you needed... Yeah, I think you needed refinement to get the ending. Was it that? Oh my goodness, I'm going crazy now. Now I'm scared. It is! You need refinement. Oh, I need 800 refinement. Alright, well. I guess that's why we might be taking refinement, decorum classes. I think there's somewhere else where elegance increases, but I'd have to check because I don't remember. Oh, goodness. So yeah, this stream is going to be at least another 2 or 3 hours long. Ideally, we want to finish this run, at least in this stream. But we can begin another run if possible. Again, throw in your suggestions now. You're more likely to get your suggestion accepted if it has to do with the Steam achievement. Just to state, there are a few that I have not done yet, as it relates to endings anyway. Usually, if you suggest to me an ending that I haven't done a Steam achievement for yet on Regeneration, then yeah, we're probably going to go for it. But let me make sure I am doing everything correctly here. So this is the next festival. We should win. If we don't win, that would be really, really strange. But we'll continue getting our renown up. So in we go. So yeah, daughter married a dragon. Daughter became the demon lord. Daughter reached 500 in every reputation. That's kind of what I'm going for now. Oh my goodness, I almost visited the combat tournament. Yeah, we can see, yeah! Nope, nope, nope. Stress increases, but we have to deal with it. Daughter married the Demon Lord. Daughter became a princess. Daughter became Queen Regent. Regnant, sorry, I think that's spelled wrong. Father married the daughter. Father married Cube. I mean, the marriage ending's kind of, well, actually, I think you still have to go for a certain ending. I can't remember. And then other than that, yeah, daughter became queen consort, daughter became a hero, which I forgot which that is. I think it's asking for fighter reputation. But yeah, if you have any, you know, if you want to see anything, let me know, because that will be, I will likely consider it going into the next run. That I stream and or record anyway. So yeah. I'm back. Yeah, we might actually, well, no, right? Yeah, no, I'd have to have fighter above everything else. Yeah, Jennifer, yeah, dance Jennifer, yeah, look at her. She can win the contest, by the way, but yeah, walk. Hey, listen, who says that's why models walk on the stage, right? When you walk, there's an art to walking. There is an art to walking. But yeah, as we continue doing this. Also with the power of cheating, because I think talking to the minister also improves your odds, but I can't remember that at the moment. Don't quote me on that. But we got 681 points, so we should be fine. Still streaming? Yeah, we're going to be streaming for at least another hour or two. So yeah. I know that there's robot AI. Try to find a way to make... You know, theoretically speaking, I forgot where I got this from. If I'm not just speaking from myself, but in a way, humans, what is it? Something about telomeres in humans? Something about how humans, you know, when cells split, essentially a lot of a human's aging process has to do with how cells split, because when your cells split, there's a certain part of, I think, your DNA in particular. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not getting this completely right, but there is yeah, when your cells split, your DNA essentially gets shorter, and your DNA is essentially how your cells remember to split properly. And as this part of your DNA gets shorter, essentially errors can happen. Obviously, the more think of it as a rope, and the rope is essentially how your cells remember to duplicate and whatnot properly. And there's a flame at the end of this rope, and so as that flame continues burning the rope is essentially going to get short enough where basically it all either disappears or breaks. And that is essentially part of how, at least a hard part, or a part of the aging process affects. The aging process happens in human beings in general. There are other parts of it. Obviously, I'm not a scientist, biologist by any means, or someone experienced on the matter, but again, if and when scientists solve that problem, human lifespans will definitely increase. It's just unfortunate that I will probably not live beyond, again, 100, 110 maximum. And even at that point, when you're looking at... so daughter's weight increased too much, I think. But when you essentially reach a point... when you get old enough, when people talk about eternal youth and immortality, you're really looking at youth and not just, you know, being an old person, usually. There are merits to being, you know, having the appearance of an older person, but if we're talking about, you know, real life stuff, people are normally looking for immortality in youth. Because you don't want to be, and also living healthily too. You don't want to be an eternal youth drifting in the middle of space, suffering for an eternity because you don't have any oxygen, is what I'm trying to say. But you know. Now we're going to live forever, trust. And again, that we can even reverse that. Even if you, and I don't want to put the atmosphere down in any way, but you can also reverse that in a sense where time travel and or reviving people from the dead. In theory, it is possible. You want to know why I think that? Because in theory, because like when you put it about it this sounds very robotic, but bear with me for a moment. Human beings are made up of trillions of molecules. That is already the difficulty in it. But theoretically speaking, if you can recreate or revive people if you essentially arrange everything, all those molecules, in the same way that makes up that human being. Do you get what I mean? Now, that is a very, very huge undertaking. In essence, we're swimming in a sea of molecules, is what I'm trying to say. We are all a sea of molecules, but that doesn't mean that human beings are entirely devoid of our own self-doubt. We still have some influence in how our molecules move. That is why we are human beings. I also forgot what I was going to do. Social reputation, right? Yeah, so now we need to work at the bar. To counter this, we need to study science or poetry. I can't remember which, but we also still want to work at the church, so we're gonna do this. But I think you get where I'm getting at. So, reviving a human being is essentially... if you think about it, at least in one way, I accidentally worked... Oh no, this is the bar. It's fine. Is returning those cells to where it is, but human beings in our current state are not capable of that, of arranging every single molecule back into the state of being, you know, youthful, not injured, so on and so forth. We're going in year 3000 like in Futurama, yeah. And then time travel, again, theoretically is that state as well, which is why it's very interesting, for me at least, to look at the topic of physics and how speed can contribute to time in general. Like the topic of speed, you know, acceleration and whatnot, contributes to time. Because with what I just said, it looks like it makes some sense, right? Time travel is also then the arranging of every molecule in existence back to a state that it was at previous. Even though time is a human concept, you get what I mean by when I'm going through with this, right? So time travel, if you're not... I'm very curious as to how speed contributes to how time travel works with our understanding of molecules. Again, I think it makes sense, right? What I'm talking about. If you can revert someone to if you want to make a human being from nothing, you essentially arrange molecules like very small Lego blocks, except you have a bunch of blocks, millions and trillions of blocks that you use to make a human being, or return them to a state that they were in. If you're reviving someone, and then the world itself, you can return to a previous state in time. Again, this is all theoretical. This has nothing to do with, you know, how our life actually functions, and that's what scientists are for, and theologists and philosophers, so on and so forth. But again, everyone is time traveling at a rate of 1 second per second. The hard part is steering through the time stream. Yeah, so we are in control of our own molecules, and again, that's where the interest in fantasy comes from, right? The proof, if we can prove that fantasy exists, if someone actually gets isekai in real life, that's proof of reality in a way, right? The quote is, or the quote that I came up with, that I don't know if I've used it in writing, but I want to use it in a story of some sort. But the discovery of fantasy is the proof of reality. That is the quote. So once we discover fantasy or fantastic things like immortality, or somehow we can isekai ourselves, gods forbid, whether they forbid that or not, who knows, is proof that reality exists, because therefore, you know, I thought about this at a point. I never really articulate or wrote this down, but I think you get what I'm getting at. But yeah. Anywho, back to reality, actual reality, as I'm playing a video game. Just a dude playing a video game in real life. But anywho. Things. I think time travel like a portal, we can step in that. 3D print, new clone, and have 10 phones. Yeah, so I also, you know, at some point I was looking into string theory as well. String theory basically being that we are living alongside a parallel universe, or alongside at least one or multiple parallel universes. So me sitting where I am right now, I could be sitting right next to a demon that is, you know, training in real life in an isekai. Again, we're using isekai terms, but I think that's pretty... It's the easiest way that I can talk about with the audience here at this moment. So string theory is that, you know, the string in string theory is something about physics or something, like the I think it's not the universe, or things are made up of strings, and these strings are made up of basically the building blocks of life. And therefore, when you think about that and time in like a 4-dimensional space or something like that, then we are living like it's just a matter of finding those multiple universes. Again, things about time travel that you see in TV shows, they are built on a theory. They're just that taken to fantastical nature with the power of a writer or a creator's imagination, and them filling in the blanks of what they think the science is, which I think is, again, really interesting to look at. But anywho. So what are we trying to do here? I'm gonna see. We have to be careful about our reputation. Our reputations have to be 49 or within each other. The highest reputation has to be only 49 or less higher than our lowest one, so that's what I'm keeping in track here. 3D print new clone and have you attend your own funeral, yeah. Isekai without cheats. Yeah, isekai with cheats, that's part of the whole, that's part of the, there's a word for it, but the fantasy there. What am I trying to do again? A thing. If I want to up my magic reputation really quickly, I could increase my defense. The thing here is that I'm trying to increase everything over 500. What is part of your social reputation? Why am I failing to... because that achievement requires everything with 500. How do you get your social reputation? Oh my goodness. Well, anywho, we're gonna work on... We still need to get our eloquence up, so we might as well do that. And then we take science. We're gonna take a poetry class. I forgot. I think this is also intelligence, but I forgot. Again, I forgot. Oh goodness. And then we work at the church. We'll do a riverside errantry just to reset stress, but for the moment. Oh, that's right. I need my elegance to keep increasing. Oh no. I need to get the queen ending in general. Ah, fine. String theory is why everyone is going to be immortal. If you your perspective will shift to the timeline where you lived. Again, and that's the thing, right? No one knows what happened. Well, no one living knows what happens when you die. So, for all we know, while yes, scientific-wise, it's a secession of your brain and the eternal oblivion, or the secession of consciousness. The fact that you are aware of your own thing, like, if I am living now, and you are you, and I am living now, and I am experiencing everything around me, when I use I here, I mean, like, a human being, when I finally die, that must mean that everything around me ceases to exist, because I am no longer aware of it. It's kind of the, if a tree falls in a forest and no one's around here, it doesn't make a sound. But the part of that, I know I made a joke about that before, but the thought behind it is that, you are not the entire world, so the entire world is actually observing you, and so when you expire, therefore nothing should happen. But because you are the one who is experiencing everything around you and are aware of everything around you, if you stop being able to be aware of everything around you, then therefore nothing will exist. Does that make any sense? Because you right now are listening to me with my voice, watching this stream. If you stop watching things, if you stop observing what is around you because you cease to exist, then therefore everything will cease to exist as well. But so again, at this point, it's the threshold on this is whether you believe that your secession of awareness or consciousness is the end or not. And in a way, again, from science's one scientific perspective is to think about it in terms of when you finally die and you're buried on the ground or things happen, all of your, as I said before, all of your molecules are then like, things happen to your body, and you are therefore returned to the earth, literally or figuratively. And in a way, there is some theory of, we talked to the bishop too much. There is some theory of reincarnation, right? Because essentially your molecules are being redistributed to the world. Part of you might become a grasshopper, part of you might become a mountain, part of you returns to the earth, or maybe goes into a crop because that's just what happens to your molecules. Someone eats the crop and therefore you are now part of that human being. That sounds kind of dark, but I think you understand where I'm going with this. Again, that's if you take a more scientific approach. But again, at the same time, it's really, one, comforting, two, easy, but also three, can be fulfilling to look at life in terms of the soul, in terms of no one really understands what a soul is. So whether or not that exists, again, science wishes to mainly it doesn't wish to, but it mainly looks to disprove that in the way that, hey, these molecules exist, but the spiritual side of things looks at it and says science is incapable of currently, at least at this moment of time, currently detecting, soul, God, magic, if we want to go that far. But but at the same time, again, I'm kind of in the middle in terms of science. There is science and spirituality, I believe. If magic does exist, it is scientific in nature. In fact, we see that in a lot of both scientific things and also that's all rip my stamina. So we can know, well, we can take an errantry, but we need to take it easy here. Because mistakes are made. Oh, whoops. It's fine. That is a waste of a lot of time, but I forgot that the daughter's stamina was lowering quite a lot, so let's do this to refresh stress. Princess, yeah. Well, we're trying to become queen, but that involves our refinement increasing. As much as I would like to attack this merchant, that would hurt our stats. So, yeah, we need refinement to be at least 800. I don't know if I'm going to be able to hit that. I'll try my best. That means I have to get teacups and whatnot, so I should not have sold the teacup I had. We'll see what happens. Everything doesn't matter at that point. Your story, yeah, story curtains, kind of? I mean, yeah, there's different ways to look at that, but in general, the short answer is, yeah, you're right, but there are asterisks to that. Worry about that problem when after you are gone. What makes it hard is that there's technically no objective perception that you know of when it comes to reality, right? Yes, that is the thing. And again, the viewpoint on that differs from person to person, and every person has their valid points, but we don't know which points are right, if any. So, yeah. Again, you can look at it scientifically in that perception as a scientific thing is based on, I guess more the whole, because if you don't believe, well, again, if there's a science to spirituality, then maybe souls do exist, but they can be explained scientifically. What I mean, that's what I mean by there's a scientific nature to it, because there has to be some understanding to how everything functions, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Because otherwise, not being able to understand something makes no sense. Everything is made up of something, is what I'm trying to say. So if souls do exist, they have to exist as something, but they may not be perceivable. Human beings may not be able to perceive it with what we have at current. Yeah, the kidnapper. I mean, is the kidnap entity. And then, as for objective perception, again, if you believe in the self and that there is one person experiencing everything, whether it's a god or whether it's a human being for whatever reason, then yes, that is the perception of reality that exists. And when that disappears, then there is no longer life. But again, science usually disproves that because, again, not just Big Bang Theory, but just the existence of how we understand what human beings are made of, what objects are made up of, how molecules work, and whatever is smaller than that. Again, human beings are continuing to look in on that. So yeah. While karma may not explicitly exist, if and when people can time travel and whatnot, we'll see what happens, basically. But that's a long way from now. I am definitely not going to live long enough to see that, possibly. Unless someone is doing something somewhere secretive in the world, and we'll find out. The objective definition isn't always the best thing overall. And that's the thing. Yeah, and again, your definition of best, or people's definition of best will differ. But, again, I'm shrugging as I say, at that point, I mostly think that's it's hard to really find only a bad side of things. There's usually a good side of things, and there's always I like to think there's usually an optimistic way to view things. Although that can take a dark turn as well, but anywho. Yeah, that's more than what a few people and me recording on stream can. I mean, there's no reason we can't talk about the subject. I think there is a good reason to, but figuring out and finding the solution to life itself, yeah, that's probably not happening this stream. It's not impossible, probably not happening though. It's surprising to see how many things that have been discovered based on an accident. Also, we need to talk to fairies really quickly, and then I will address this dog that is barking in the background. But yeah, we're mainly doing this to lower stress, so... Oh! A body! I do want stamina to at least stay above 200, 250, but if we can't do that, we can't do that. Also, look how much gold I have, by the way. But yeah, let me just address this dog. And if the dog runs into something, I'll go, yeah, I know you. But you can't, because your other siblings are in that spot. So no, dog. I should do a real introduction dog stream, because otherwise it's not going to make sense. But, hi, yeah, nice. I also need... Hi, I can keep you calm. Hi. And you can see right through the window. Our dogs definitely have learned the concept of windows, but... I hope I can complete this run before I plan to end the stream, but we'll see. If nothing else, I'll run up right up next. Again, I just don't want to overlap my timer is whenever that Discord stream starts. Unless it starts and I'm not aware of it. But then that would mean that I was not aware of when it started. Father will attend to her. Yeah, so Cube says that if the father takes care of the daughter himself, it will themselves, but interfere with the work will be a heavy expense. But yeah, so Hero is still working. The main character is still working. I just don't want to have any accidents, so I probably didn't need to do that, but I just decided to. So that's right. We need to take decorum class. I'm gonna check something really quick because I mean, we can still do stuff in the meanwhile, but yeah. So you know what? We're gonna rush this. We have more than enough morality. It's just I am scared about. Well, one, I need to get my reputations up anyway, but decorum is a big factor here, so... I forgot to take the poetry class, by the way, and if I did, I forgot what happened. I also should be selling the mermaid tears, but I'll deal with that when we do to the summer. Hopefully I don't forget a lot, is what I'm trying to say. Oh my goodness. Please! So, no, yeah, I don't have to pay attention here yet. My intelligence is continuing to drop, but that's fine for the moment. Ladies' ring. Teacups. Can we still buy teacups, by the way? I think I can. At the end of the run, if I can buy teacups, I'll probably do that. Because I can sell all the books I have, and my intelligence goes right down to 0. So yeah, this is also elegance. So poetry is also elegance, and it increases the daughter's intelligence, not by a lot, but it'll help offset the lowering of intelligence, because I still need intelligence to cast magic. So yeah. Did I talk to the minister a bunch? Oh yeah, okay I did. So no more, don't need to talk to the minister anymore. April, we're in May now. Let's remember to sell the thingamajiggies. Hello, rival. One rival anyway. 12, 24, 36, 48. Oh, we have 50 items. Well, hey. I think we can start selling the jet black scales. That's gonna hurt my fighter reputation, but it should be fine for the moment. So we'll sell 2 for the moment. And then... yeah, we cannot unfortunately... oh, so... that's right, the combat tournament also gives me refinement, but... that's if we need it. Because we're on a need to sell bases here. I should probably also sell this. Okay, I think the War God's sword is still better than the Valkyrie sword. Volkraya? I call it Valkyrie because I usually stick with the Y-I-E spelling. Also, we have a healing pill for no reason. But anywho, if I were going to work at the bar, I should have just sold all the books. I should probably just do that. But again, while we have, yeah, we still need elegance, so I should just do, yeah, I should just sell all the books. So this is gonna lower the intelligence really far. But if we're putting intelligence to 0, no, forget about it. Yeah, I'm stopping. Yameru is stop. Silk poetry book. I mean, we don't need the sensitivity either. So I should have been doing refinement, sorry. Again, it's really funny that Regeneration calls it refinement, but in Refine it's called elegance. But yeah, anywho. I think the more accurate term, if I recall the actual Japanese used here, is refinement, but, you know. Also, we're working at the bar to increase the daughter's elegance. That is the whole reason we're here in the first place. We're studying poetry to offset that, but then we also want decorum for elegance. Directly. I should have visited, that's right, we need to visit we need to go to the ocean, because our daughter cannot put on a dress! Yeah, you know that God created, you believe God created everything, including humans, but not, it's not Jesus, has to be some old god or something like H.P. Lovecraft. Again, humans don't know for sure. We can believe in things, but again, we don't know for sure. It'll be much farther in the future before we ever even get a glimpse or a clue. Again, I'm not living long enough to see that, apparently. How much elegance are we getting here? Or, sorry, refinement? Oh my god, I'm calling it elegance myself. But, anywho. How much is this giving me? Every day it looks like 0.9-ish. Of course, if the class grade increases, we'll be a lot better. But so 12 per month, 12 to, yeah, we should be able to hit 800 refinement. We're gonna get a normal ending, but unfortunately, that I'm just gonna have to be happy with that. We'll look at our sin and keep an eye on it, but for the moment. Yeah, we don't have a lot of. I think it's the and the queen, but also the royal concubine is looking at one of these stats, which doesn't do well for your average connection increase. But I mean, you can talk to the castle once every month. You have a lot of talks. So, by the way, let's do vacations here. If not for stress, then because again we're trying to lower the daughter's weight, and summer is the best time to do that. So really, we're losing 2 to 3 months on lowering the daughter's weight for the purposes of the dance thing. And we give the mermaid tier, but do we get anything else here? Is it just sensitivity? Glamour and sensitivity. I would have liked one of those to be refinement, but you know what? Fine. But yeah, we should be able to fit the dress now. If not, I'm gonna be really sad. But nonetheless, we should just be lowering weight anyway, just to be completely safe. Yeah, so our daughter has finally slimmed down. June, July. So we're in July, so let's keep doing it just to make sure our daughter doesn't... We're on a refined weight as well, so our daughter is just naturally gaining weight. I forgot if that's the blood type and or the patron god's fault. Fault not being negative or positive, just being neutral here, but, you know. We'll follow the game's design in terms of how weight is treated, because our daughter is now 34 kilograms after this next vacation. You're more of a simulated reality kind of guy. Humans are the concept of a book and a movie, featuring a video game poster that a writer's thinking about and adding as a background line for the opera play. Yeah, again, at this point, we're at the point of speculation at this point, but that's not to say that nothing is entirely out of left field. Because everything can be true. So what was I trying to do? I want to check something really quickly. Can we buy teacups here? We can. So we'll keep that in mind as we go towards the end. Because then we theoretically have upwards of 100 to 300 refinement that we can buy with gold. As long as we amass a collection of teacups. But while we're here, so our daughter is now definitely slim enough. But we need elegance, so I might even want to double up here, but I'm really scared about my refinement. So yeah, and you need 500 morality for the good queen ending, so rip me, by the way. In about 2 years' time, I don't know if I can get my morale. Well, we could. I should start working on it now if I want to be safe about it. Also, I'm continuing to lower the daughter's stamina, so I shouldn't really do that. I should return her to the normal diet, is what I'm trying to say. Ah, my neck. Rip intelligence, by the way. We're at kind of the bare minimum for using intelligence, but for most challenges we run into, it'll be fine. As long as we continue running into challenges, which means I should visit the town a lot more, is what I'm trying to say. When you visit the town, there's a chance that when you return home for that month, you run into a challenger. But yeah, in the meanwhile, because if I sell all the black shells, I will no longer have defense, is the worry. Which will hurt the fighter reputation. And we have 1, 2, 3 contests left. So as we accept this challenge and blow this guy away with the power of magic. Yeah, that will be our magic reputation. Our fighter reputation will have to increase a bit more. I might want to rush in errantries at this point. Because I don't seem to need the gold. Also, I should equip the dress so I know that if the daughter's overweight, she is overweight. So, yeah. Anywho. Ara Ara. Osama King. And let's continue moving on. We have another month left, but we're out of the summer months in terms of vacation, so back to the bar I go. Our social reputation needs a lot of work, is what I'm trying to say. But at the same time, we also need to make sure that we hit the refinement requirement. So we have a reputation requirement and we have a refinement requirement. We seem to be on track to get the reputation requirement. Why? Yeah, social reputation seemed to be so hard for me to build. Anywho. This also increases dodge sensitivity, but as long as refinement and or glamour rises above sensitivity or above sensitivity, don't have to worry about the daughter running away. But yeah, while social reputation is the lowest, we need to improve on that. And then we will adjust as need be. So some people might have heard the phrase Danna-sama that Cube is using, and they're like, doesn't that mean husband in for, wives to say? And no, not entirely true. The Danna-sama is actually more a kind of a male former call. So, more like a respected male of sorts. So, while you hear a lot of anime tropes on wives using that phrase, it actually has a more... It's more for like a refined male, from my understanding of it. Let me know if I'm wrong though, because I've gotten things wrong before. Let me do this thing. So we're gonna sell another scale. At this point, I should be I might want to think about defense or martial arts classes, but it should be fine for the moment. But yeah, we'll go to the Harvest Festival and dance again! Unless the art festival gives me more social reputation for whatever reason, but I don't feel like that's the case. Also, I noticed they changed the wording on that when you want to stay on the same contest. So, yeah, before it said something different, but saying no, this is fine is much more intuitive in terms of, no, I want her to enter the contest that the player wants to enter the contest that they chose for the festival and not switch back to a, yeah, Jennifer, yeah, go, Jennifer. Eternally 22 years old, apparently. Unless it actually increases, then I don't know for sure. But, anywho. As you watch the characters dance really quickly, you should be perfectly fine here. There's no way we somehow lose, because especially since we don't have a rival. So yeah. That being said, if I want to get the house reputation and everything else above 500, yeah, not winning the first one or two contests really did a number on me, which is why household reputation is a very important thing that you might want to increase for the cooking contest, because, hey, it turns out that's one contest that you don't have to worry about anymore. But, anywho. So yeah, 40 social reputation. And for the next 2 years, that's not going to be enough. Yeah, I don't know if I can get the things to... Yeah, I don't know if I can get the daughter's reputations all above 500 for that achievement. I would probably need some reloading, but I did my best. I can also choose... Well, can I? No, I can't. Can I? Well, hey. So... Just making sure, because I completely forgot how... I feel like a... Pain, but let me just do this in really quickly. Yeah, art is social, but like it... Actually, should I do an art contest? Because that... You get the art brush, which I think increases art. And art increases your social reputation. So I should be doing art contest. Shouldn't I? That being said, the elegance from the ladies' ring does help out, but... Anywho. Yeah, we don't have enough elegance for that, so... Off we go. The thing. I mean, I should be selling the books, all things considered. So we'll sell 3 books and live with 50 intelligence. We can pretty much smack anything in the face. The defense I kind of do want to keep, so... But that being said, yeah, we're missing... So we have about... Well, we have a little less than the items left because we're going to be picking up items from the other contests. But while we're here, we can get 25 more social reputation from elegance. There is a more time-efficient way to increase that, but while we're also busy increasing refinement, we'll do that. Also, what did I just say? I wanted to make sure that the daughter's stress does not increase anymore, because our stamina is not increasing anymore ourselves. So, whoops. That's something that we can't take care of with the power of this. So, yeah, I think we're just gonna full go into decorum. We can even probably do bar twice, but we want to reset the stress really quickly, so let's do that. Because our stress is probably going to be... In fact, I should have probably done the decorum class first, but too late now. Yeah, because our daughter's making mistakes, so that's not great. But anywho. So off we go. So I'm trying to pay attention to a thing here. Yeah, we need 800 elegance for the queen ending, which we will get at this point if we're going steady here, but as long as art isn't high, right? I think that's the... I might as well just check here. I don't know why I'm going in pain. But I don't mind doing a whole completely new run, but at this point, I think I just want to make, not a master save, but another save in case I need to make a quick little thing. So at the age of, well, probably even right now, I want to do a save. Oh, really? You want to do this? And off we go. I didn't want to do that. I don't know why I hit the fight button, but we'll deal with it. And off we go. Yes, artist. Really? That's the only requirement? I thought art has to be the highest as well. Or maybe it's not being said there. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, art has to be the highest stat, and it's not, because cooking is going to be the highest here, so... the art ending should not happen. Really? I can't... Now I'm failing to run away. So, if I get the art brush, that will provide a massive boost to the social reputation. Well, a bigger boost, because it's 25 plus whatever you get. Unless I'm wrong. But we'll find out. But yeah, while we're here, we're just going to do this. So our house reputation is going to shoot up through the roof. But we're fine here. I guess it's my stamina is a lot lower than it was before, so... and our intelligence is also low, so that's why we're failing to run away. That's why we're failing to run away. I forgot about that. Anywho. Let us visit the fairies quickly here. Oh, goodness. And away we go. Hello, fairies. Stress heal! But yeah, we're gonna stay here for the moment. Dumping intelligence to shoot for the politician ending is pretty ironic, isn't it? Yeah! I mean, specifically in this case, the queen ending, but... not all kings, queens, or rulers are entirely intelligent, I guess. If you are, you know, you see it in the isekai trope, the warlord, you know. Becoming a ruling figure doesn't always require a high amount of intelligence, but... Some endings it is required, though, so... but I think for this one, it's more... Yeah, for the queen, specifically, it's morality. I think one below actually requires intelligence. Let me check really quickly. I'm just curious. No, it's still morality, but obviously, yeah, we don't have a lot of that, so. But the score, in general, the score though, I guess I'm curious. I wonder if your score is higher, like this, if you try to make efficient use, or getting the good ending does adds quite a bit of ending points. What is it? Let me see here. Yeah, good endings are 300 points, normal endings are 100 points, and bad is -10. So literally in increasing scaling, increase to your points. But it's fine. Also, I said I was supposed to be rushing to the end here. Again, what little reputation I can get would be nice, and we have more than enough gold anyway, so yeah. But yeah, theoretically speaking, we no longer need intelligence. But indirectly, we still do need it because our magic reputation. If we're trying to get every stat or every reputation to at least 500, our magic reputation needs to be at 500. So I don't know if I'm going to run into that many challengers, but that's why I said the first. So if I won, I think I even lost the. No, I won the. My daughter won the festival at the age of 11, so we were missing one festival here, which can make the difference. So. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but I don't think we can get everything to 500. We can get everything within each other, but especially if I increase magic defense. That's right, I have magic defense sitting right here at 35. If I increase that, magic reputation will shoot up as well. So we can get a 500 magic reputation. It's going to be a bit tricky though. As for fighting reputation, that is going to be based on challengers. So yeah, but our housing reputation is running away. So I did too many housework, basically. I did too many housework jobs. I think there's a way to dump it, but I can't remember. So hey, look, my fighting reputation is so high. We're gonna get so much renown. I should have really done that first if I was looking at item prices, but it's fine. So let's save that now, and then we'll roll another save here. And then we'll deal with our life choices. I really shouldn't be going for elegance here, but that's an extra 20 social reputation I can get. So yeah, I think we're gonna do this still. We're just gonna dump our intelligence to the ground. So rip that, but at the same time we can also take a theology study to increase the magic defense. So that way we can get in between here. That said, please tell me this is not increasing the daughter's cooking anymore, because I don't want the housing reputation to be that high. Again, everything needs to be within 49 or, well, sorry, again, the highest point, which is house reputation, needs to be within 49 from the lowest reputation, which in this case is social reputation. So we're nowhere near that threshold yet. But assuming magic reputation is our lowest right here, yeah, we're still off by about 59, so yeah. And with our intelligence now at the bottom floor, we no longer really need... I should just sell all the books. I don't know why I didn't. I don't know why I didn't. And yeah, our stamina being this low is gonna hurt us in terms of stress management, but we'll do our best. Don't want to visit Jester, that would be a tragedy in social reputation. But we can sell things. Now, if you could sell things at a higher profit with higher renown, that actually would be a bit oof. But for the moment, we should be fine. So sell all books. Our intelligence is on the floor anyway, so yeah. So theoretically, all of these can be black scales or something else instead. Might be teacups depending on how high I can get the refinement, but we have some time left. And yeah, the ladies ring does increase refinement, but we need social rep. We're going for the queen ending, so we have about, yeah, 60 extra refinement we can get for the daughter, especially if we sell the dresses, so we'll see. We'll also just buy off all the sin. You can't do this in real life, but in game we're allowed to do it, so we're gonna do it. Because we will likely not be visiting, working at the church anymore. So we will be increasing our magic reputation through magic defense, so we can now properly fight with physical damage, and we should be okay. If not, that would be weird, but that's crits. You would think refinement would somewhat be affected by intelligence. Nope! Not in this game. You could be a non-intelligent, refined person. That's actually a very popular character type to write about. The most elegant person, like Sonia Nevermind, or I'm forgetting the other one from Raincoat. But anywho, although those people are intelligent as well. Actually, that carry out. Raincoat by nature, those characters are supposed to be intelligent. But anywho. What are we doing here? Oh, elegance. Elegance at 100. So down, down, down. The intelligence stays, but we do theology because we need magic defense for magic reputation. I could just visit the Gravekeeper, and in fact, fighting the skeleton there, I think is a thing, but yeah, we'll deal with it. Maybe I should do one Gravekeeper job just to see. It's like a really strange Southern bell or something. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. If we're thinking about the same bell, I'm probably not. But anywho. So we don't get a lot of magic defense here, but it's a lot. Also, faith is a thing, but as our stress continues rising, yeah. Not really much I can do about that at the moment. But yeah, and if we rest with the fairies, then our household reputation is going to continue increasing. So we do need to continue working on things. Then we can switch right back. And then, again, we just want to visit the town just for the sake of maybe running into a challenger. I forgot if you can, yeah, you can actually just force a proc here. Although Muscle Albert is not who I wanted to see, but we should be able to just, well, we still have a magic spell to cast, but if most of our damage comes from physical, we should increase our fighter reputation. We have 113 attack and 99 defense. There's no way we lose this, right? We might actually. You know why? Because our HP is low. I forgot if the game judges on morale and or HP, but hey. So, Jordan, I did that. You don't need GVGs to be flight? No. Yeah, no. I overslept if I stand correctly. That too, but I didn't get enough sleep because I woke up and had to deal with the thing. And then I came back and now my legs are sore and yeah, things happened. So, yeah, I didn't get a lot of sleep. Then I had to wake up early to take care of something, and I didn't finish taking care of it about like pretty much when the stream started. And then I needed an hour to kind of rest because I was really tired. It's not that. Refinement requires some intelligence basically navigate to social arrangement, and I lost here because mistakes. Didn't want to run to muscle, however, but it's fine. Oh, really? Yeah. Nothing. Well, it was a little bit serious, but yeah, I was dealing with the thing, and it did not finish because yeah, I think I got pretty much like 4 or 3 hours of sleep before I was woken up and had to take care of something, and then I took care of it, and before I knew it, so that's why I say like I'm kind of tired right now, but I can deal with it. I'll just rest afterward, and if I don't make again, I won't tune in completely to the Discord stream, but for those who don't know, the Princess Maker 2 community server is planning to do a stream on Princess Maker 2 Regeneration, and so I'm just trying to make sure that my stream does not overlap that. Otherwise, I would have been streaming for like 6+ hours, but that didn't happen. So, if nothing else, we're gonna do an entire run and complete. I think finishing this run would be a good end to the stream, because if I start another run, that can be a bit of a thing. But it'll also allow me to wait for people in case anyone wants to see any run. Also, my stress is rising through the roof, so my daughter is about to get sick here. So that we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We should be fine. This is fine. I forgot how bad it is here, but for the moment, we should be fine. I just need to do this. And then I think we can study again. Let's just finish this. If we can finish. I don't even know if we can finish this off, but we'll try. So we're gonna take care of the stress now. And we will go. She's gonna be like Forrest Gump, yeah. Again, we can recover some intelligence if need be, because we still need to increase magic defense anyway, which will increase intelligence. Yeah, you could still rock that dress. Hey, I believe you. For your wedding if you get married ever. Oof. Oof. That's all I can really say. No comment. I don't think we can really hide or flee because we have no intelligence and our stamina is low. So again, unless I'm mistaken from what I've done more than a few research phases on Princess Maker 2 in general. But yeah, hiding is based on intelligence and running is based on stamina relative to the enemy you're fighting. So yeah, obviously my daughter no longer has a high intelligence stat relative to enemies, and stamina is a lot lower, so it's going to be harder to run away. Which means inevitably I may be increasing sin, but we can buy that off again. We have nearly 18,000 gold. So yeah, away we go. So yeah, let's visit the fairies here to at least refresh stress. If the daughter had a higher stamina stat, I wouldn't have to worry about this as much. That's why, if you want to be more consistent, again, like I said, farm church for a good 3 to 6 months to a year is a very healthy strat to work into. But otherwise... Oh wait, we want to rush this, by the way. We want to rush this because we want fighter reputation. Because our house reputation is going to run away from us still. Especially if we have to visit the fairies one more time. I could be visiting any other fairies. I forgot if there are more, but if they do other ones. But for the moment here, we'll do what we can. Again, if we can keep sin at 0, that would be very, very nice. Anywho. By the way, yeah, just as a random, I guess, piece of trivia here, I am being pushed to, like, find someone to marry, but I don't know. Yeah, well, obviously I'm here talking right now about streaming and whatnot, and I'm perfectly fine this way, but actually making a connection and, dedicating time for someone else to stream, along with other personal life things. I mean, there's only so much you, the audience member, can know, but I do, as I am forced to fight a kidnapper here. I don't feel that it's in my best interest. I think just in general, like, it might sound sad to say, but there is at least a chance that I never get married in this lifetime, which means I will never have children of my own, but really, that was magic reputation? Fine. This should push Elegance to at least 100. But if the art contest increases my social reputation, as I suspect, then we should be fine. If nothing else, we should be within 50 or 49 of everything, but we'll see. There's also an angry dog, but... a frustrated dog, I should say. But yeah, we'll move on. Daughter got better with the power of fairies. Yeah, I know, dog. I know. I think I need more, but we're gonna force a fight here, by the way. So yeah, you just do this until someone fights you, I think, pretty much. I don't know if you can repeat this, but someone should proc, maybe not. Okay. As long as it's not Muscle Halber, because Muscle Halber requires usually magic to defeat. So yeah. You wouldn't fret, reason being, simply create children any time of your life. You're trying to be strange to start raising children at life, but you can technically, yeah. And that's the thing. Again, most of the concerns around me are that I will not grow up to, see grandchildren. I think the main concern is that when I grow old, I will have no one around to help me. I do have a few health problems physically. So, God's forbid, a mental disability happens to me as I grow older, like my brain I get Alzheimer's or something. Again, just to throw out one example of many. But, yeah, that's the main worry. The other worry is that, people want to see me have children. Whether it's people who want to see grandchildren, people who want to see me see my own children or my own grandchildren. Yeah, you can create children, but again, I've mentioned it, I think, at least twice by now, but definitely once, is that I have... my background and the people around me, we come from a very traditional lifestyle, and that you can take both positive and negatively, which means we're expected to, raise children ourselves and have them. But again, we'll see what happens. I am adverse to, basically I'm adverse to just getting married, and I might adopt a child, but having a child for my own, it's not something I'm, at least at this current point in time, I am feeling confident about. I don't know what the word is. I don't know what the word I want to use here is, but I think you get the point. So, what do I want to do here? My social reputation is absolutely on the floor. So I think we're going to do this. Also, I could have studied at the church, but I think this is going to be fine for the moment. So we're going to do this instead. So the intelligence increases back up. But yeah, with this said, we should have at least one more year left. We will need to double up on social. I might do one reload here if the art festival does not increase social reputation. That would be really weird because there's no way the art contest is part of the house reputation. Mia! Mia! Maya? Faye? Mia. Or as her name in Japanese is Chisato... Arisato? Why do I think her last name is Arisato in Japanese? Anywho. Yeah, so we're within 49 for everything I put social, but gotta keep working on refinement. Because I don't want to sell any of my the black scales, because that lowers defense and therefore lowers fighter reputation. That being said, whether or not I'm going to be able to get to 500 and everything, it's social reputation I'm worried about here. If the art contest grants overall at least 50, then we would be fine. But yeah, this, as long as challenges keep appearing, and one, I get more intelligence for magic reputation, we should be fine. But yeah. Kita wa ne, you came, didn't you? But we also want to do this. Someone fight me! We need challengers! Challengers to dojo! Again, if it's not Muscle Halberd. Because I cannot beat the tankiness of Muscle Halberd. Not expecting a family, but you do want maybe in a decade or so want you to survive the apocalypse. Yeah, again, depending on what happens, right? I mean, objectively speaking, this is not what I believe, but objectively speaking, I've seen the arguments made, and I can think about it logically, in that you don't want children to be born in a bad environment, although you have control on whether or not, and I would, again, if I ever had a child of my own flesh and blood born, I would never, ever, like, you never, ever want to think about your child not existing, or children not existing, so... And that's already a tricky subject in it on its own, so I won't say much more about it. But again, good things. You want good things to happen. Can you create a Edelgard like a queen? Yeah, technically. If I think about the endings in a way, but definitely not Edelgard standard. That is a bit much, I think. If you can grind for more challenges, I would be interested in learning about that, but I feel like there are fairies that can increase your thingamajiggy, but I guess for the moment, we're going to just keep doing this. And magic defense, but also things here. We want intelligence. So a mix of poetry, decorum, and church. Depends on how you want though, right? This is only just one way to do what I'm trying to do. Because yeah, you can definitely start with the cooking contest strat in year 10. Again, I did not win the contest at age 10, so that's absolutely setting me back a few, because then I wouldn't have had to do so many housework periods, but it's fine for the moment. Hello. So to be safe, I should use magic on this guy, but since I have 30 or about 29 more magic defense, we should be fine. When I say her schedule like that, it sounds like she's turning into a nun. Yeah, but she won't be, because all of her reputations are so high that she will get an elite job. For those who don't know, again, without spoiling too much, yeah, your reputations being the way that they are does a huge part in determining what your endings will likely be. And therefore, controlling these reputations, among other variables, can help determine more than a few endings. There's definitely a lot of handful of endings. Again, 50 plus. But for achievements on Steam, for Regeneration, you don't need to do that much. But anywho, you think a full life has a little bit of downs to make the ups that much higher, not to the point where it's abusive. Hardships are the main way to develop mental resilience. Yeah, and again, without any hardships, most of the time it's not going to end well, is I think the viewpoint there. But again, I don't doubt that you can run into hardships, definitive and based on things. I don't know why I just spent gold there, but we're looking for a challenger here. That's why I'm doing this. But yes, hardships are a good way to build character. Now, there's a certain threshold, like you don't want to outright ruin your life that way, but obstacles, I guess, is the softer term. So being able to work towards what you want, figuring out what your own weaknesses is, if we're not talking about like actual like debilitating hardships. But there are, and overcoming those, I think, usually makes you a better person. But sometimes can make you a worse person. It's easy to lose your way is what I'm trying to say. Okay, I think we fought whoever we needed to fight. If not, whatever. Needs to atone! Yeah, we don't have a lot of... We're not going to get the good ending if we do get the queen ending here, so that's quite unfortunate, but it's fine. So let's continue doing this, and then we will do one vacation at the ocean so that we can slim down more. But yeah, as our intelligence increases back up, and you have a lot of faith for it, but I would have liked morality to be the case, but it was because we were doing a quick war god strat that we were unable to keep our morality high. Otherwise, our morality might even be at 300 plus, and we could more reliably get it to... I mean, we could still get it to 100 or 500 now, but I'm worried about everything else, so... Yeah. Anywho. Hello, King. Yeah, the King gives you the most amount of possible renown, but every NPC can only give you so many. But the King cares about fighter reputation, so hey, profit. It's time. So this is our fighter reputation at 500. And in fact, it'll be our highest, because I think I was lowering my stress. But we will be doing other things. Pretty much Jane d'Arc, yeah. Learn to keep a cool head, or even better, relish through negative emotions. Nothing can really stop you, yeah. Humans are not always going to be at their top, or even at a good game for every moment of their waking life. I think a certain quote from a certain video game character says it best. Courage isn't... I'm paraphrasing too here. Courage isn't a switch you can turn on and off. It's a fleeting and fickle thing. So, although courage being a very extreme feeling to feel, doesn't change the concept is that, yeah, you are not always going to be even at a good level all the time, or even at your best most of the time. But if you can make do with what you've got and not basically beat yourself down or be beaten down most of the time, there is a point to struggling, even though the end is... How do I want to say it? Even if something is turns out to be inevitable, you want to go down swinging, is what I'm trying to say. Side stories these games could create an insane, at least in the head, like isekai trope of, hiring someone and training them to accident, and just like the Shield Knight, but accidentally creating a boarding school bully. Yeah, that's actually just the story, the plot line of a lot of isekai short stories, light novels, sorry, and web novels. But you get the point. So I definitely should be able to do a thing, but yeah, we need to make sure that our refinement is definitely at 800, because if it's not, we can get close and then buy teacups. We should be just fine with that, but it's the other thing. Really? Oh yeah, social reputation, social reputation. Whee! Elegance increased by 5. We need more, but it's fine for the moment. July, August, so August, right? But... yeah, so we're doing this kind of for intelligence, but now let's just rush to decorum. And we should be okay. I hope art... I have to check, but we'll see. Daughter gives me a birthday present, which is nice. Yeah, go down singing. That too. The bard death. If you're going to be a mockingbird. Again, yeah, the concept is that you don't stop. You could stop. I think also A certain character called Varric Tetris explained it to another character, where I told the story, or yeah, I think it was him who told the story. He told the story of a man who lost everything, lost his family, lost the world, ended up living on an island, but he got up every day and, you know, still made a meal for himself, still did his work, still continued being alive. So, and that's a much more, not tragic, oh, well, it is tragic, but it's a harsher version of it, but yeah. You get up, even if the life is getting you down, you get up every day and you live. You live and there's still live. Otherwise, you know, that's proof of you continuing to have like a will of some sort. But I think the topic was something else. But the point is still there. You struggle till the end. Because there is an ideal to note there. Instead of just giving up. But anywho, oh, so I actually don't want to continue fighting challengers because pain, but we'll see. I made a mistake. It's fine though. So my next question, yeah, if the art contest gives me at least 50 plus, we will be fine in our reputations. The problem is what happens afterward. But I could always just refuse a challenge, or have the daughter refuse a challenge if need be. And yeah, with this, our refinement should be more than high enough. In fact, I don't even need to be doing it anymore. I don't need to be taking decorum classes here, but any little bit helps. Every little thing. And now we're at the Harvest Festival. So I'm gonna make a save here. But at the same time, I mean, we're likely to run into a challenger, so let's go, actually. If we don't see a single challenger after this, that would be really weird. But let's do an art festival. Oh, we don't have any paintings. Oh no, I forgot about that. I forgot. Oh no, man. No, I guess dance contest it is. No, this is fine. I forgot about that. You need to have... I felt like there was something I was missing. I didn't say it, but yeah, you need... So... Your daughter creates a piece of art in art class sometimes, and that is what is used in the art contest. So I made a mistake. Although if I win again, the next two contests, if I win both dancing contests, I'll be within 50. But I'm trying to do the achievement where you get 500 in every reputation. So oof. Yeah, she doesn't know the proper placement of the soup spoon. By now something's wrong. But yeah, mistakes were made, was what I'm trying to say. Lots of pain. But yeah, I think this is a good... we'll see. We'll see. Pain. So right before the ending, I should probably set my text speed to about 100%. That way things look a bit better, but... Yeah, without further ado... As it turns out, taking the class that is appropriate to the contest you're trying to go in is how you know, helps you win the actual contest. It's just like a dream, yeah, so... if the art contest oh my goodness, we're so close, by the way. You don't know how close it is. We'll get a teacup here. And this will increase that even more, so never mind. I'm right over. So yeah, I guess we're just study at the church, daughter. You'll be just fine. That being said, okay, now it looks like we've topped ourselves off on the king there. What was I supposed to... Oh, what was I trying to do? I think I'm trying to run into a challenger. For the purposes of blasting them with magic, so that the magic reputation increases. But I suspect I'm going to run into one anyway, so yeah, it's fine. So without further ado, we have to start taking art classes, that's right. If there's anything else, fine, so be it, but we're mainly here for art classes. We need to make one piece of art. I should have actually... I shouldn't be taking this many, but hey. We should be able to win the art contest hands down. If we don't, that would be quite strange. Yeah, so never mind. I could have created one here. Whoop! Mistakes are made. 104 points. Is it really not? Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna... We'll find out. We'll find out. There are other ways to increase morality. They're just not readily available. And in fact, I might be... Again, it might be too late by now. So... I don't know if that's gonna win. I guess we can find out, right? But in the meanwhile... I'm thinking. How would I think I need to visit a ferry, right? Yeah, I need to visit a ferry. I just don't know which one I need to visit. Because if I visit the wrong one, let me just say, it's going to be very bad. I said no reloads, but still. Oh. I'm gonna do the woodland ferries. There are two. I think there are two ferries here too. Two spots for ferries, but pain. But in the meanwhile, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do this. We shouldn't get too stressed out, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. So let us see what is on our plate today as we try to dodge everything. We should be able to dodge things, but if not, that would be really weird. 200 stamina is not the greatest. Yeah, 300 to 400 is usually a lot more reliable, in running away at least, but... I forgot where exactly I need to rest. I'm also... I have certain items equipped, so I will not be able to meet a certain elf either, but... I feel like one of the fairies increased art for some reason. Am I wrong about that? Again, we're gonna find out. But yeah, if I had won a contest at the age of 10, we would not be in the situation I'm in now. In fact, if I had made an art piece that won the art contest, we would also still be not yet be at the situation. This is the unicorn place, but yeah, okay, fairies. So, dancing with the fairies, literally. Stress is there. Artistry increased by 7, so we want to go here. We want to go here. We might even visit this a lot more often. So throw out. Who cares about a good ending and/or score when we have Steam achievements that are telling us to do otherwise? Out of curiosity, I could rest here and find out. I guess we're not going to do that though. Can we run away now, Sin? All right, fine. Have it your way. So I should have been resting here, is what I'm trying to say. Too late, but hey. And off we go. I guess just rest till the end. I probably should do that for the sake of the stats, but yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Let's rest here. Camp on the mud. But yeah, we are nearing the end of the run, so hopefully everything turns out fine. We're gonna find out, but yeah, it's gonna get close here. I promise you that. It shouldn't be, but it looks close. So without further ado, we can increase morality. It also decreases sin, but it's not like we need much else anyway. We'll keep doing an art class in case we can get another piece of artwork, but I don't think we can. I'll try it though. No reason not to try, right? It doesn't seem like I'm gonna get my morality to 500 anyway, so... yeah. But we'll see. That being said, I mean, I can't just take a dance contest. If I keep visiting the fairies, I can theoretically just visit the fairies. But yeah, if I want to play it safe, I should just visit the fairies. I'm going to do that. So I'm going to take a painting class. I'm going to do church. I should do this after the entry, by the way. The reason is because it will remove all sin after I visit there. You're usually not fighting enough enemies, unless you're grinding, of course. But in any case, it helps with the sin. So yeah, do you need to use the art piece in a contest before you can draw another one? I guess we're going to find out. But as we do this, yeah, we need to visit these fairies. It's quite important. Because I think we get, what is it, 40, 35 social reputation? And I could just keep spamming it as we get closer, but again, this is all for the sake of, one, getting within our reputation, but two, also getting 500 in every stat. Reputation, sorry. So let's see what happens to us. And then, yeah, we don't need any more reputation because I could accidentally mess it up. I mean, when you run into challengers, you could just not accept. That lowers your reputation by 10, question mark? Look at these dancing fairies. Fairies! But yeah, we'll set up camp and just continue camping until the end. Camping trip with no violence, scandalous. As mentioned earlier. But yeah, with this said, again, this is without any reloading either, so this is a run without reloading too much. If your RNG is very, very bad, this is not going to be possible, but definitely did my best. You definitely have a lot of leeway in terms of getting certain endings that you think are out of reach, but are actually more doable. That being said, yes, I am working with a lot of prior knowledge as well. In fact, looking up even some things because I completely forgot, even though I did it recently, about the 800 refinement requirement for the ending I'm going for. But out of curiosity, I wonder how much morality I can get per thing. I think it's like 9? I can't tell. Our refinement drops because we take off the dress, but that's fine. We don't need this either, but hey, fun times. In fact, if I want to do even more, actually, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12, 20, I don't know why I'm counting like that. 13, 6, 36, 39. So, yeah, we can certainly stand to buy more teacups, just to make sure our refinement stays high, and then we get a reduced price. That's a lot of gold. If you are not swimming in gold like I am at the moment. So anywho, off we go. Are we really not going to run to a single challenger? That's really strange. Anywho, we're only taking painting. Again, at this point, our morality is probably not going to be high enough. But we'll see. I think social reputation. Oh, I'm not even gonna take that. I'm going to errantry until my social reputation hits 470. And then we'll just do church for the rest of the time in an attempt to get our morality to 500 or above, but I don't think that's going to happen. Again, I was quite inefficient with a lot of things, basically. Yeah, so it seems like maybe we do need to showcase our art piece, but if I'm going to take, yeah, in theory, I don't even need to take art classes anymore because I'm just going to enter the dance contest and use the fairies to increase the daughter's art skill. So really, I should be dumping everything to morality, and if I get close, well, it's my fault for not believing in myself. On a tangent, if you notice, sometimes it seems like I'm laughing or smiling randomly. That's just a little self thing I have. It's a very tangent thing to what I said earlier in terms of starting with small things. But even when I'm down, I try to, smile, laugh, because when you do that, if nothing else, feels like your body might feel better. And it might be a placebo at this point, but it is. I say from self-experience, it definitely helps me out. But if you don't feel confident in doing that, don't do that. I just do it to myself. Part of it is also, yes, I'm trying to fill in dead air, but at the same time, also, oh, that's lowering my stamina? Oh, okay, good to know. Don't really need stamina anymore anyway, except for fighting challengers, but I should still be able to throttle pretty much anyone I run into, save for muscle helper. Otherwise, I could take a dance class. Out of curiosity, I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to rest once here and see if I get visited by fairies. I do. And these are I think the pleading fairies? Question mark? Nope, cooking. They raised cooking by so much! No! Well, I didn't expect that to happen. Well, that was a mistake. What do you mean? They increased my cooking by 30. So I think again, if I were just to assume, the fairies in the lake seem to increase their cooking by a static amount. But the fairies here seem to increase your cooking by a proportional amount, which was not good. I did not want that to happen. As long as I don't touch the cooking, cleaning, or temperance stat anymore, I shouldn't need to worry about it. But yeah, that was unexpected. Helps my score out, I think, but I could also just take another class and increase my magic defense. I should probably just do that, all things considered. But it's fine. I didn't expect that to happen. Gosh dang it. I could also work at the farm to increase my stamina again. I could also take dance classes to increase stamina again, but to avoid a tragedy, we're going to do this. So, in fact, I'm not going to go to the errantry right now because, as I said, I'm gonna increase magic defense and get the magic reputation on 500 plus. So I'm gonna make the call. No reloads required, right? Aside from, you know, if the game crashes, but otherwise, my social reputation should be fine. Otherwise, on top of that, we're gonna do this. Yeah! I don't have a lot of HP, but my defense is quite high anyway, so a lot of people, aside from Muscle Halber and the War God, are going to find it tough to defeat the daughter. But in the meanwhile, yeah, my faith is up through the roof, but yeah, that's just the consequence of doing things. So, without further ado, I think we just errantry like 3 times, but just to be thorough, we'll do it twice. I think we only need to do it twice. No, we need to do it at least 3 times. Oh my goodness, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, please, errantry. So I just wasted money on art classes, what I'm trying to say, but we should be fine with just visiting the church from now on. Why wasn't what raising morality much? If you mean the church job, that's the best we can do. If you're talking about the theology class, theology does not increase morality at all. But yeah, if you want to clarify for the sake of me misunderstanding something, feel free to, because yeah, it's hard. There are a couple ways. Let me actually read them out, just out of interest. So if I didn't teach anyone, if in case no one learned anything, let me allow to teach, and I can even stand here for a moment. But let's actually get an answer to the question. So morality is I can actually one hand with the mouse here. I should do that. Not like I'm losing too much time by doing this, because no matter when I rest, the fairies are going to come anyway. I am losing stamina, but again, I shouldn't need that much stamina anymore. So, yeah, our stamina's going to drop by like 20, 30. I forgot how much they drop it by, but we'll find out. Yeah, 3. So not that much, but still. We should not get the artist ending though. Oh yeah, so church work, tutor work, but tutor decreases something else that I think I care about. Kind of, no, glamour. It decreases glamour. I should do tutor maybe then. No, it's still like +1 per day though. Otherwise, there's a blessing from the god Mars, the patron god. I didn't mean to fight you, by the way. There is a lot of them are morality losses. There's if your daughter has an A blood type, her morality increases by 3 per month, which would have been quite helpful, because over a span of obviously you're not visiting, well, unless you have a specific strategy in mind, you're not really visiting the demons anymore. So assuming you have 6 full years, 6 times 12-ish is 72. 72 times 3 is, yeah, that's 200 plus 210 morality minimum on the strat that I was using anyway. So just putting that in perspective. Otherwise, yeah, other than that, you're mainly visiting, doing the church work or the tutor job for morality. Tutor also increases your maternal rating, which is also factored in. I don't know if it's factored into your score, but your god definitely makes a comment on it. And yeah, that's all I can really say about that. So 200 stamina. I might cut myself off, but hey, you know what I just realized? Oh no, we're fine. We're fine. Are we fine? Let's find out. I guess chat will tell me if something happens to the stream, but anywho. Hello, fairies. Onbawa. I'm looking at my stream right now and I'm seeing that it's stopping, so I'm a bit scared at the moment, but it seems like we're still fine. But yes, we need to visit the errand tree, do this errand tree at least 1 or 2 more times, and then we should be fine. Okay, we're still rolling good. I was scared for a moment. Actually, we should be resting here, so I'm going to do this as we do something else. Usually, if I plan to stream for like 6+ hours, I usually need to prepare beforehand. If I plan to stream for like 12+ hours or more, I think I've only done that once, and that was for specifically Freedom Planet 2. Then yeah, that's probably going to happen through the night, but usually I need to definitely make preparations. But yeah, so the reason why we're just resting here is because we don't want to increase our other reputations anymore out of fear of losing the balance. If your reputations are not within that 50-point balance I mentioned, I think 49 or less just to be safe, then you will get a completely different ending. So yeah. So about 1 per day, but sometimes it says nothing. I think it's because we fail sometimes, but hey. Yeah, so there's no way we're getting 500 morality. I'll think about it next time, but that's if I'm going for a good queen ending, which we should get. But anywho. So we don't need to fight any challengers. We have 800 refinement. We're saving here just to lock in things, but we're gonna errand tree 2 more times, and we should be good enough on social rep. In fact, we might overflow a bit, but it's fine. Better to overflow on social and then have control over fighting and magic reputation being the lowest than doing anything else, really. And we should be good here. Yeah, we should be good here. In fact, we have more than enough. I don't even know why I'm doing this right here, but hey, it's fine. In fact, I think on the second errand tree, I am going to just return. So I basically just wasted a period of time. But hey, fun. So yeah, if you're going for completely, so just as a sneak preview, if I do plan to do a lot, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot more Princess Maker 2 Regeneration at least, because Refine is not a streamable experience for the purposes of YouTube guidelines. Yeah, I will need to get good at balancing stats, because I will be putting in 4th place limitations and whatnot, or just having fun with randomness to do things. There's not really a randomizer yet. Also, I am not being visited by fairies because things, so yeah, I'm just ending up wasting time here. I wonder why they're not appearing anymore. Maybe because I don't know. What if there's another requirement? I should probably just read up on that. You know what? To be informational, let's do this. So, I'm probably putting in the wrong term, but we'll do it here. Yeah. And away we go. And then we just wasted another phase here. So back home we go. I mean, technically that's the fastest way to spend time, I guess. Because then you have to wait for this. So 203, by the way. And a thing. 50. Well, yeah. So tree demolition site. Unless I did visit them, but I don't think the fairies visited me. So things. Anywho, we should be fine. We should be fine here. So all we need to do is end the game now. And to that end, we will do this, but also wait just in case things happen. I don't want the daughter to become overweight and not be able to wear the dress when I need to enter the dance contest. But yeah, Stone Monument, you need 150 plus sensitivity from what I'm reading here. Again, there are some thresholds here. These are more like guarantees, but you can be a little bit lower. I've met the fairies with lower thresholds. The tree that I was at is apparently 100 plus sensitivity. 50 plus sensitivity for the island in the lake. Or sorry, there are 2 fairies at the lake? Well, didn't know that. Anywho. So 50 plus sensitivity for one of them, and 200 plus sensitivity for, I think, the one I was staying at. I can't remember which one. Anywho. There are requirements. But I can't remember if there's anything else. I'm trying to look through the rest of the information here. Our daughter is now 32.8 kilograms, about. I didn't see the exact decimal figure, but you get the point. And yeah, off we go working at the church. So, we should be fine here. I could work at the farm just to be funny, but... I could also take a dance class to improve stamina. You know what? We should do that. Hopefully nothing else happens, but hey, anywho. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-ba-ba-da. Da-ba-da. I'm just reading things on the side. I don't know if they're true or not, so I'm not really reading them out right. But hey. So yeah, about a 10 increase in morality, 9, we'll just assume 9 in morality per period, so 27 per. And we don't have enough months to get that up, so yeah. Yeah. We are not getting morality to 500 plus. And away we go, July, August, so we're in the month of August now. We could continue working at the church, but I don't think... Yeah, just basically trying to end the run, but we'll do what we can to increase our score. I hope I'm not forgetting about anything. She got me socks. Or the father socks, sorry. I sometimes switch between the first, second, and third person. I usually like to detach myself just to be as objective as possible, because it's easy. Well, I believe that, personally, for me at least, when I am using things like first person eye, it's easier to be a bit biased in anything really, gameplay, story, character. So I try to be more objective, and that's why I use second or third person. Mainly third person. Second person is like you, yours, right? You, your, we. You, your, we? I'm going crazy. Anywho. We'll move on. If we for some reason don't get the queen ending, I might cry, but for the most part... We should just switch our dress, by the way, because we can switch the dress. But yeah. So yeah, low stress job, low pay, but low stress job, and actually doesn't hurt any of your stats except sin / karma, but we'll call it sin here because it's called sin here. But unless you're going for a specific, unless you're going for specific endings, usually you want your sin to be down because otherwise you are going to be forced into endings. So yeah. So an overall increase in about 25 morality per month with the full thing. But as we focus on this, let's put on the dress and move on with life. So in we go. I hope this counts. I hope Steam knows how to, or the game knows how to count this, but we're gonna find out. Dance contest, please. No. In fact, you might even get demolished, daughter, so let's visit any other contest. So off we go.
What?
Yeah, Jennifer, yeah! Confident strides. 241 points. That's a lot, actually. Yeah, I know, dog. I'll go take care of a dog while girls are dancing. Also, I need to check on something. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, I know. Hi. Hello. Hi there. Hi, dog. Hi. No, you're uncomfortable. But can you get a bark? I have not. Good actually talk. Get a bark. There is some way in your power to help with things, Minister. It is called... Wow, 1,000 points. We knocked that out of the park, by the way. Also because of fairies. Hey, turns out dancing with fairies makes you a better dancer. That's not true in real life, but in this game it was. So, 30, 40, 40. So, yeah, Renaissance Girl. Achievement unlocked. Your daughter reached 500 in every reputation. And as long as we keep things at a healthy level... Oi! If I want to go completely insane, I could just continue buying teacups. Venus, the spirit of Venus, blesses her as well. And yeah, let's just buy until we have enough. Intelligence, because why not? But teacups. More teacups. We're gonna become a teacup connoisseur. No, not a tea connoisseur, a teacup connoisseur. Okay, sorry Venus. In fact, we're blessed by Venus, really? Oh yeah, we are sovereign Venus. Well, hey, as it turns out, we'll save this for vanity's sake, and you know what? Let's also set the thingamajiggy. This might be a bit too slow, but you know what? While we're savoring this, we'll do this. And that, you know what? A healthy about 4 hours is pretty good. So without further ado, off we go. 8 years passed by just like a dream. Oil's daughter Olive had now come of age and turned 18. Saving the best cutlery for someone with important, or when someone important visits, but never does, like plastic covers on the couches. Hey, plastic covering your car seats and whatnot, pretty important. Also, this is a big touch-up, just graphics and text-wise, so... Now, whether the text is moving too fast, we're at 100 speed here, so... Thankfully, if there is a voice on screen, the text stops until the voice finishes. But if the text, there is no voice line, I can see it being a bit fast. That one previous was a bit fast. But you can also slow it down, so I'm wondering if that actually affects the speed. Curious. Wish you could go out and play? Listen, at the age of 10, you were visiting demons because stats. But by now, you know, by now you're gonna hopefully become a queen, but we'll see what happens. Omoide meaning memories. Shigoto meaning job. Shigoto yatta koto. So, just a really quick Japanese grammar thing. So, oftentimes you might hear things, and for those who don't know Japanese, essentially you can do things like put verb. You could put verb, adjective, or adjective verbs, or basically a phrase before a noun, and that modifies the noun. So, for example, shigoto yatta koto, or shigoto yatta onna, onna meaning woman, yatta kind of being a form of verb action, and shigoto meaning job. So, job done, girl meaning, and that whole sentence mean a girl who did jobs. Now, the context matters as well, as we need to. I think we need to click for it. Yeah, we do. But then it means, yeah, a girl who did jobs in this context, girl who did a lot of work, jobs, part-time jobs. Again, it depends on the context, as we accidentally, the text does fly, by the way. But as I see a thing, yeah, daughter became the queen, but we'll go through this. Hello, Cube. Yeah, I know someone's here. Even the dog is barking in appreciation. He's barking in frustration, but we'll let the ending rock, because there's not much I can add for. No, I kicked something. Hello. Yeah, you are barking. You are a barking dog. I'll come, Demon. Anywho. Thanks, Steam Achievements, for ruining the moment. I don't know if you could see them. Usually they don't appear, but yeah, it's I've been saying it for the past hour or so, even more. So hey. Even though you were a little child when you first came, you were but a tiny thing. The text might be going too slow for the voice, but hey, old King. I don't know what his name is. I was gonna say C-O-L-E Cole, but. That's some really polite talk, by the way. But as expected, if you're talking to a king or royalty of any kind, you probably want to be speaking in a very formal setting. That hero. Chichi meaning father in this case. A respectful way to say it. Sometimes, yeah, you do hear Otosan, but that's a more informal version. Chichi. When you're using Chichi or Chichi Oya and what's the mother form? Haha Oya. You're usually talking to someone else about your parents, especially in Japanese. So you know, because if you say, well, you can't say Otosan when you're talking about your father, or yeah, in this case, father with someone else. But if you want to be more respectful, you use a different term. So as the king just said, yeah, yielding the throne to girl? 18-year-old girl? young woman, let's say, decided to give the throne to someone else, as is the plotline beginning of a lot of isekai, or a few prominent isekai, I should say, too. Even mind the next time you're touring the 7th century, or just again, if you're looking at even if you can't speak Japanese, if you go to Japan or speaking to Japanese people, it's you almost always want to play it safe by speaking respectfully. Usually, sometimes they'll let you know. Again, to each their own. We're all still human beings regardless, but in terms of Japanese culture, from my understanding, you want to play it safe. In fact, you always want to play it too safe. It's hard to usually be too safe, whereas in English, you might be seen as a weirdo, but it's more likely to happen in English than it is in Japan. There's a very... And again, human beings are human beings. You might get some of the spectrum, but most of the time you want to play it safe. I know, dog, I know! We are at the end. I will help you in a moment. I guess that's the time. That's the real timer for the end of the stream. But anywho. Oh, the controversy. She's not even in the noble bloodline. The prince runs away and raises an army. But she's the hero's adopted daughter. Look at that queen. And so, olive oil. I don't know if that's actually the spelling of oil. I don't know if that's localization. For me, anyway, I named her that. Ascended throne, became the new queen of the kingdom. I guess with the slow text speed, so I think what's happening is at the very end of the dialogue, the game has an auto timer, so if your text speed is fast, it'll fly by. So if any text that appears immediately flies by. Olive had grown up to be a beautiful, elegant woman, and many suitors sought her hand in marriage because elegance is morality is high enough. And from her many suitors, Olive chose lacking a space, but genius knight with a series. So this thing here is a genius knight. That's a placeholder for, I think, the kind of husband that your daughter marries, which is why it has that text structure right there. And spaces are a tricky thing to add into localization, just in general, because of how the games may be programmed. In that case, the reason why that specific one, if you want some tech information, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's likely because of a variable. That variable connects to a string of characters, like that one, a Genius Knight, and that is smooshed together when it's added into the dialogue here. And so that's why that specific reason, it's likely to be the case. I would assume that's the case. But it could not be. There's maybe things I get wrong, but I doubt that I'm completely wrong on that. Anywho, she's quite popular among kingdom citizen, no smart part due to her status. With generous cooperation of her vassals, her reign was one of stability, but I think there's a better one. So I'll leave that to you to get, because I am not getting it here. I think you need higher morality. I think. If the text is not the complete same, because otherwise, obviously, there are probably videos there. But someone inexperienced, you say? Well, anywho. But yeah, just some little technical details that I would assume it's problems that I've run into in a way, not with localization, but working with variables that are connected to strings or characters, but strings of characters too, is the English way to say it. But as we get judged here, and a dog barks in the background. Hello, Venus. How did we do? Text might be a bit slow for me, but again, we might as well savor the ending here for our very first run on Regeneration that we've completed, by the way. I know this because I have the achievement, but did a splendid job raising her. Hey! Now then, I don't think her maternal value is very high, but we can hope. Venus is amazed that the daughter was able to take up such a wonderful post. Not just anyone could do that. True. Without prior or knowledge about Princess Maker 2 Regeneration, you are likely not going to see someone's first time be this. In fact, my first time was definitely not this. But, yeah, that's... Again, I'm interested to see how other people play the game. But for people who, again, might be their first time playing Princess Maker 2 just in general, like really just straight up, or people who have some experience, and then obviously veterans, but... Depends, because there's only so many videos and streams out there. Although, at this current point in time, listen. Let me do this. So how many... Oh my goodness, I can't. Oh, I spelled it wrong. When you spell a site's name wrong, turns out you're not going to get anything. Parenting was excellent. You have achieved heroism even in the realm of parenting. Not really, but hey. So 36 people are currently playing the game right now, if we include myself, 35. So... And I think, let me check a thing, just out of curiosity. The 24-hour, our all-time peak was 8 hours ago at about 138 players. And again, I can see why half, the reviews are still split in half, so 19 positive reviews, labeled positive, 20 negative reviews, on Steam anyway. And we'll continue moving onward. And yeah, here's our actual game report. So this is the other part of the stream. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, without further ado, I think... Yeah, it's alright for a 30-year-old game. You could... Well, the price will obviously lower over the years, but if you want to get into it now... Sure, if you're gonna be really frugal, you could wait. The game is already on sale now. I'm not sponsored or anything. I think I actually have a link in the description to the Steam page. But if you're scared about spooky links, please visit Steam yourself and look for Princess Maker 2 Regeneration. It should be on sale for 10% off. Its base price is $39.99 USD. That's also including Switch. And the PlayStation version is yet to be released. So, you know. You didn't do errand tree at all when you were playing the original version. I think there's something right to remember. Yeah, you can play the game without visiting any errand trees at all. It's just that your likely other source, or most likely other source, as we get 1,081 points here, is source of income is going to be through your jobs at first, and then possibly through other thingy-majiggies. But yeah, without further ado, we'll go over a few more other things. So not really much else to do this stream. If you have any suggestions or questions you want me to deal with as we go through the final credits here, please let me know, and I will address them here as we pretty much Zatsudan our way to the end of the stream. But if you have to leave for whatever reason, because this has been a long stream relative to what I would normally do on paper, or what I have in history, then please, I'd like to thank you for watching. If you want to support me, subscribing, commenting, obviously memberships is more direct, but if you want to support me monetary-wise, please wait until I release a game, and you can, you know, donate or buy the game, depending on which game you want to support me with. But yeah, any other way you want to support me is fine. If you don't want to support me, or if you don't feel I'm doing enough, I mean, criticism is always welcome, but whether or not I'll follow it, well, it's up to me. But yeah, I don't know who else came back to work on the game for Regeneration. I think it'll say, because these are more the original credits. Obviously, it's... The larger your team, the larger it is to have every single person coming back for, say, a re-release, or old gods forbid, the gods new and old forbid, a remake of a game. But that doesn't mean you can't improve on what you have. Basically, let's put it this way. If Princess Maker 6 is just Princess Maker 2 expanded in terms of both endings, what you can do in story, characters, a lot more, which you can say for almost any other game, then we would have a very good game on our hands. But as it is at the moment, we just have basically not a remaster, but a regeneration again, because it's not exactly a remaster, because there are parts of the game's technicalities that have been changed. Obviously, we have a main menu, a gallery now. You have actually a main menu. You're not just starting up a game and going in with a cold open of sorts. But hey, this is the refined Steam version credits. And I don't know how, I'm going to, if I had to put money down, I would say Regeneration got a lot more English community support directly than Refined. But again, I don't know the story for sure. I don't have any connections. I don't have any personal things. All I do is, all I have is just my own personal observations on what I look at online, in the community, from the developer's mouth, from the artist's mouth, Takami Akai sensei, or san. I say sensei just to be safe. Good game, Olive is now a queen. Yeah, that was the point. But yeah, Takami Akai, obviously supervision, original art, and you have other people helping. It's not just one person, it's a mixture, but that's not to say that a lot of the credit or responsibility should fall entirely on the shoulders of one person. But again, it is what it is. To English lead localization, again, I don't know as much about the localization in specifics, but I do know that there was at least a little bit of a hand minimum from the community, especially those in the Discord community as well, which is why I usually tend to hang around Discord communities. And yeah, I just hope for the best. But yeah. Did the publisher change over the years? I can't remember. But obviously it's Bliss Brain right now. And we will leave it at that. So again, we'll explore things. Probably a gallery if we want to have some fun times. Go to the reviews just to go over what people have for reviews, and away we go. So yeah, I don't think I did every single vacation here. So these already exist, but these are what you kind of do. So I mean, you could kind of get everything. You can't see the full CG, so in a way these are spoilers as well. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14 pages of ending CG. So 14 times 6, and we'll reduce that to 13. 13 times 6, so that's 78 different, at least variations, but definitely more than 50 plus endings. And how you arrive there may differ, but for the most part, I mean, if you're looking at the journey and the end, they're kind of, they are connected to each other. But yeah, we got the Coin Regent. Am I going crazy? No! I've done this to myself. There's no skip button. So yeah, there are some obvious quality of life things that could be added, but we did what we did. So yeah, and then the vacation one, I'm missing 3 vacation, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Because there are essentially, for each season, there are 2. One for the mountain, one for the ocean. And then depending on the age range of your daughter, from early age, mid-age, into late age, you'll get different ones. So I need to do that at some point, but I'll do that on a more relaxed run. So yeah, without further ado, I think the last thing we'll do is look at Steam things, as I failed to do a thing here. But let's take a look, just out of curiosity, because there are some valid points. Now, whether they're right or not, we'll see. But we'll go through a few reviews, and I think we'll leave the stream at that. I'll also let you know, tomorrow's probably going to be a World of Horror stream. If for some reason we do a Princess Maker stream, we'll do a video, but I think I'm likely going to do a World of Horror stream. And let me just see. I would like some background noise, but I don't think we're going to be able to do that. I accidentally closed the game, so now you have a bunny on screen. But I'll pull up the thingamajiggy. So let us pull up the Steam page, and I will leave it at that. Into this. I did not set this up because I was not expecting to visit the Steam pages. So let me make sure that everything is completely... Oh, really? I can't see this? I was about to say, nope, I can't see anything. A thing. Really? What do you mean I can't see a thing? Is it because I minimized it? It's because I minimized it. Why? Why? Oh my god. Okay, yeah, there we go. And we'll do this. We'll do this. I actually need to do this so that we can kind of, make sure that things are doing well. And yeah, away we go. So let me just do this really quickly. I mean, the text is small, but I'll read it out anyway. So let's go over some reviews. So let's not go gambling, but first, I refreshed the page. So not recommended, 2.9 hours on record. Do not recommend the game at this time. The text during the intro was impossible to read as it cycled too fast. That is a problem for some people. Most people, really, because it really goes fast. The innkeeper job is broken. The daughter had max cooking and cleaning skills, still stressed, and still was unable to complete a day's work. I think there is another stat that's required for certain jobs. I don't know about innkeeper, but definitely some jobs actually require you to have other requirements. So you do need other requirements, but to address things, whether it's positive or negative. There's facing formatting issues with the test during the ending. Yeah, some of these complaints, you heard me talk about them. Some of these complaints may be seen as nitpicky, but love Princess Maker 2 and we're really hoping for perfection. Yeah, that's not going to happen. The price point, even on sale, is too high for a game. Because what you would expect is that the game goes through a complete rehaul, but that may not have been feasible, is what I'm trying to say. With these issues, considering you already have Refine in the library. But I will say, for streaming and or content creation purposes, Regeneration is much more friendlier. But anywho. TLDR, love this version of the game and recommend to fans, but the high price point might not be worth it for others with Refine being half the price. Recently, we back and played PM2 Refine to compare to Regeneration. Also own a physical copy of Refine in Japanese. Also played the DOS version. Some aspects are true to both games. In-work failure bug is present in both. Yeah, so that's just a bug. Steam versions allow 2 marriages removed in the PlayStation Regeneration version. So, yeah, that too. Difference between the two games: Refine has a broken Steam overlay, can't take native screenshots due to this, as well as lower resolution if you care. Yeah, that I talked about this myself at the beginning and throughout the stream. There are certain screen resolution issues that I ran into if you set to whether you're on full screen or windowed mode. If your screen resolution does not mesh well, you will have to change it yourself, and that's nothing you can control in game. Refine has two sizes: full screen, small window around 800 pixels wide, which I don't think it's 800 pixels wide for me anyway, but. Anywho, maybe no, that can't be true. Anywho, Regeneration can only be played full screen as currently the window mode has no resolution options. Yes, launches in the same size as your screen. Yes, so pretty much, and it gets pushed down because of the bar that says Princess Maker 2, like how Firefox shows Firefox, Chrome shows Chrome, so on and so forth. Yeah, right. Regeneration might have new music. Can't get the song did not recognize to trigger in your playing of Refine. Yeah, so I think there are at least a few touch-ups, but more than a few. Regeneration has much smoother translation. Yes, akin to the old DOS versions in quantity. Refine's passable. That's true because, well, as it turns out, when you have a community, especially in English, backing it, but I don't know about the other language, but in English, it's definitely a lot nicer. I've seen, in my opinion, as well. Regeneration has drawn over, various artworks that were present in Refine. Edits are noticeably different in the abandonware. Again, there are I think 1 or 2 events are taken out. Well, a few if we're really counting. And the different clothing has been older. Personally, I think edits are not visually jarring at all, so they're very, very nice. Again, I'll say it again. Regeneration is definitely a streamer-friendly experience, and we'll leave it at that. But have not noticed any difference in the mini RPG segments. They're still a little clunky feeling. Yeah, those haven't really been touched, mainly Errantry if we're talking about it, but also battle as well, and animations of stat increase. The intro Regeneration could stand to be slowed down a bit to not autoplay. The English writing can be hard to read in some spots. In my particular instance, it was the fact that I think there's more, not typeset, but text on screen that's not dialogue, and it's probably just added as part of the image graphic. Can be hard to read because of the the coloring difference on top of the artwork. I don't know how the design was planned there, but again, it is at least jarring for me in that ending sequence with the white words over the daughter's background. But anywho, overall for big fans, or Regeneration move the stats windows to the side to make them always visible instead of pop-ups like in Refine. Yes, that is a nice quality of life, and it does provide a gameplay benefit for players, ease of access or quality of life. Because on Errantry, you can't see what your stats are, basically, unless they appear on screen, but yeah. Overall, for big fans of the game or genre, do recommend Regeneration. Definitely if on sale, but the price is quite steep for a game with another version on Steam. You'll probably need to wait at least a season. I'd gamble a year before the price really takes a 20% hit or more. But again, if it's not on your immediate radar and you don't really have the need to play it, I guess you can wait, but right now it's on sale for 10% off until the thing. Anywho, well, I'll let you know. So, yeah, if you haven't played the game genre before, recommend going to other game sources such as Cute Bite or Volcano Princess. That is a good thing. Although, again, the Princess Maker series kind of sets up, not a precedent, but the foundation of what a lot of these games want to refine, funny enough to say, and improve upon, which is why they feel like much more whole games, even if they have technical localization bugs and tidbits here and there, as a whole experience, they feel a lot more... not fulfilling, but they feel, well, I guess you can say that. I guess they feel a lot more feeling, so when you complete a run of, as someone who's completed a run of Volcano Princess, a bit more feeling. But, anywho. We'll read 2 more reviews. We'll go half and half here. Let me see here. What am I doing? 6.1 hours, not recommended. While you love the game, at the same time, this person can't really recommend this version of it, just not different enough from Refine to justify the price. Again, your definition is like obviously the gameplay, and which makes sense. That is a huge part of when you're looking at differences. You're usually looking at gameplay, but there are noticeable differences in obviously the style. But obviously, the stats being available, the stylization of the CGs, text, the translation, obviously. But anyway, don't really know why your computer should meet all our game's requirements, but fighting and adventuring both runs relatively slowly. This I've experienced myself in my first stream. With a slightly weaker setup, the game can slow down, especially if you're recording and or streaming at the same time. Almost no option to change the size of the game window. Yeah, that's something everyone's been asking for. it should exist. Still basically full screen once you take it off full screen mode. If the new artwork and somewhat better translation are the most important things to you, then maybe it would be worth it. It is definitely worth it. Translation makes or breaks a lot of a game in general, as the dog barks in the background. Also, way less achievements to get refined. That could either be a positive or negative. Yeah. I mean, if you are someone who has not at least gotten 50% of the achievements in refine, you do not... You really should... I don't feel you should be complaining about the lowered... Complaining, specifically, about the lowered amount. I know, dog, I'm gonna be there in a moment! About the lower amount of achievements. So, yeah, do with that what you will. Let me calm this dog down really quickly. Again, this is the end of the stream anyway, so... You will see, find out. No! No, you silly doggo! I will be there in a moment. Yeah, we're at the time. So, yeah, the last one. 2.2 hours on record. The new art is beautiful, new translation absolutely amazing. Only one with one playthrough, but translation to be smooth and consistent. Yes, consistent. There are obviously a few tidbits here and there, like the ending thing, but for the most part, this is a translation we should have gotten with Refine. Yes, the game is amazing as always. It's hard to mess up. It's better. I'm not saying Refine was bad, but Regeneration is certainly better, objectively, from my opinion. It's hard to mess up. Princess Maker 2, great game. Buy it. Yeah. Again, it's $40 USD, currently 10% off, but without further ado, not really much else to say. So, without further ado, yeah. Thank you for watching. If you want to support me, you are free to do as you please. Otherwise, I'll end the stream here, and I guess I'll see you later. So, for anyone watching in the future Jordan should probably set up timestamps, but if you're watching this right now, or if you're someone watching in the future, you probably won't hear this. So, yeah, without further ado, not much else to talk about. If there's anything else, I will talk about it on my community page on YouTube, and I should really figure out another way to reach out to people. But yeah, without further ado, thank you for watching. I'll see you later. If I do another stream, we'll do another stream. I'll make announcements. I'll see you later. Bye! Wow.